two, 1 2. 1 2 1 2.
Go on, phone.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Sanibonani bekunene. Ngicela kunivusela nje kuseni namhla, may I please have your attention. Ngicela nje kwendi announcement ngicela nisibeketelele nje briefly sisemele kufika kwe guest of honor yethu usesendleleni uyeta, and then we'll start the program once they are here. Thank you very much. Siyabonga.
Excellency Deputy Prime Minister. Excellency Deputy Prime Minister, Tulisile Daldal.
Asimukeleni Luthango Malangeni. Wele. All protocol observed. Angivusele endlini. Libito lami nginomzamo Dlamini. Lo buke department yaka gender and family issues. In the interest of time sibonga kakhulu nje entertainment just to break an ice this morning. We are here to celebrating the achievements of great women in Eswatini. Ngicela kusho ukuthi we will have our program director who's the principal secretary, but basebambeke ngaphandle kungenisa umhlonishwa the honorable deputy prime minister lo se asonzele Matfuta nesta ucela nje nisibeketelele 5 minutes and then they'll be in the room. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Her Excellency Deputy
kanjani?
Sanibonani bekunene, ngikucela ngekunivusela nonke namhlanje na ekseni lapha ehotel eHappy Valley. Before siqhubeke neprogram yethu ucela make Thembekile Msibi asivulele ngemthandazo.
Ngicela sithandaze. Baba wethu lengcwele siyakubonga Nkosi nasekuseni egameni lika Jesu. Siyabonga Nkosi sisive semaswati usendela umusa uNkulunkulu wethu loyingcwele. Kuthi siubone lo mnyaka wa 2024 silive sisimeme sinekuthula. Sikunika ludumo Nkosi. Akuveli ekuhlakanipheni kwethu ngumusa wakho. Ithi inceku yakho Davide bengingubani mine nesive sami besini uNkulunkulu ukuthi bonga silondvolota usigcine kude kube lapha. Nathi sisive semaswati ekseni sisho njalo ukuthi besibobani thine Nkosi silive lelincane emaveni kati lakhona eAfrika kuthi usendela umusa namuhla sikupha lusuku lwabomake uNkulunkulu wethu onamandla onke sikhumbule emachawe labomake lalele lamanye yaphila lasimamisele live lemaswati kutemnotho kutemfundo etinhlangothini tonke sikunika ludumo Nkosi nasekuseni hamba nathi baba wethu loyingcwele sinikela lo hlelo lonke kuwe sethembe wena sibomake sethembe wena silive sethembe wena Nkosi nabo bonke labasekela sive semaswati ngetinhlangothi tabo ngekwehlukana sikunika ludumo siyathi thoba hamba embili Nkosi silandzele thine egameni lika Jesu amen.
Siyabonga make Msibi ukusivulela ngemthandazo. Njengoba bese nginivusele nonke bekunene ngicela ngaphandle kokuchitha isikhathi salesiqhubeka neprogram yethu yanamuhla. Lusuku lolukhulu namhlanje lolu eveni siyathi mhlaba wonke ejikelele kokuthi mhlabuhlangene wa declaration inyanga ya March kokuthi kube lusuku lapho khona kutawu celebrate khona lusuku labomake. Bomake ke impilweni tethu badlala lichaza lelikhulu kakhulu kude nje lokhona namhlanje lo ngathi yena kude la ngakusho ngama kwakhe lamletha lapha emhlabeni. So lilanga lelikhulu ke leli ukuthi sihlanganyele silive la kangwane nani nonke lenikhona kuto celebrate lo lusuku lolukhulu kangaka. Siyathi ke ukuthi mihla yonke leli celebrate mhla ka8 kuyo lenyanga ya March but ke ngesimo sekuthi niyathi nonke kuleli viki lesikulo kunemsebenzi lomkhulu webuganu ehlane ngalesihlanu umhla ka8 ngalesihlanu sibone ke silihhovisi ukuthi sihlanganyele namhla sito commemorate lelusuku lolu ukhulu kangaka. Having said that ngidawucela ke ngemvumo yenu nonke kuhlonipha tivakashi tethu tonke letikhona namhlanje nala ngetigaba tato ngicale ngekwemukela emalunga lakhona la etindlu timbili teParliament members of the House of Senate ne House of Assembly labakhona siyabamukela siyabonga ukuthi nikhona ukuthi akuhlanganyela nathi. Ngiphindze ngendlulele embili ngimukele ambassador lomelele live leTaiwan lapha ekhaya His Excellency Jeremy Liang. Ngiphindze ngihloniphe na UK ambassador to the Kingdom of Eswatini Babe Simon Boyden. Ngiphindze ngihloniphe lomelele emhlabuhlangene khona lapha ekhaya eSwatini His Excellency George Wachira nakakhona bengingakamboni. Ngiphindze ngihloniphe na World Bank country representative Babe Ikechi Okori nakakhona nalomelele live leAmerica lapha ekhaya Mr. Sean Flat make Amina Mohammed lomelele UNICEF senior government officials lakhona members of civil society luthango lwakangwane media houses la khona siyanemukela nonke bekunene. Libito lami ke ngingumelusi wakamasuku ngimabhalane lomkhulu etikweni ehhovesini leliphini laNdvunankulu. Ngiceliwe ukuthi ngichube loluhlelo lwanamhlanje na ekuseni. Ngitawutsandza nje ukuxolisa ukuthi isikhathi sesishayile njengoba bengivedile earlier tikhuluma tethu letitawuta ngaphambili sitawucela lokuthi tibe timfishane kuleto tinkulumo letitilungisile. Ngaphandle kokuchitha isikhathi ngitawuvele ngingene emsebentini wethu ngicele lotawukhulumela lithango lwakangwane make Thembekile Msibi I believe ete ngaphambili.
Mganwami vuma la ngisokhona mganwami sawubona mganwami angisokhona mganwami sawubona DPM isokhona mganwami sawubona DPM isokhona mganwami siyawubona siyakubingelela isokhona mganwami sawubona mhlabuhlangene isokhona mganwami phezu komkhono. Ngihlonipha lokukhulu babe mabhalane lomkhulu etiko umhlonipheki imphunga make umhlonishwa imphunga make Thulidladla khona longena lisekelela Ndvunankulu even eSwatini nemhlonipheki Jay Shengias long ambassador we Taiwan sithanza kuhlonipha naye UN resident ne EU head of cooperation delegation emalunga eParliament etindlu timbili la khona labakhulu emahhovisi ahulumende neluthango lonke la kangwane siyanibingelela bonkosi phezu komkhono. Namuhla bonkosi siyatibongela kuNkulunkulu kuthi njengesive semaswati nasi sihlangane nemhlaba wonke kuthi sigubhe nalo lusuku lolukhulu lolumcoka kangaka lapho sidumise emachawe elive lemaswati bomake labadlale inzima lenkulu kwakha lelive lesilikhanza namuhla lingiloku lelingiko. Sicela ukuthi nje sibahloniphe etinhlangothini letehlukene bonke simemete lesiqubulo lesinikwa ngumhlabuhlangene namuhla lele sithi hlanyela kubomake ugijimisa intuthuko uphakamisa intuthuko emimangweni uphakamisa intuthuko emakhaya uphakamisa intuthuko eveni uphakamisa intuthuko emhlabeni wonke phezu komkhono. Today, as women in the Kingdom of Eswatini, we celebrate the International Women's Day with all other women in the 5 continents of the world. The Lutango Lagangwane Regiment, whose patron is Her Majesty the Queen Mother, applauds the collaboration between the Deputy Prime Minister's Office, the UN, Republic of Taiwan, UNDP, EU, Taiwanese Women Corporation, USAID, UNFPA, and all donors, NGOs, and other development partners for joining hands in celebrating such an important day in the lives of the international women globally and particularly in the Kingdom of Eswatini. As Lutango Lagangwane, allow me as women to declare and echo the 2024 Women's Day theme, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. When we invest, we are planting. We are saying as the Lutango Regiment, plant, invest knowledge in women of the Kingdom of Eswatini, empower all women with skills, plant, equip them with positive values, positive attitudes for them to lead the way and foster sustainable development in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Again, may I echo the theme, Hlanyela Lwati kubomake, ukijimise intuthuko eveni, hlanyela emakhono kubomake, kuphakame emakhaya, kuphakame imimango. The theme for the International Women's Day 2024 tallies neatly with Their Majesties, His Majesty King Mswati III and the patron of Lutango, Her Majesty Indlovukati's vision for women in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Their vision tallies neatly with His Majesty King Sobhuza II's vision when he established Lutango Lagangwane in 1966. The vision for Their Majesties about for Lutango Lagangwane is to see women in the Kingdom of Eswatini united, speaking in one voice, spearheading the social, cultural, economic, and political advancement of women and the entire Emaswati nation. The name Lutango Lagangwane, when King Sobhuza gave this name, it means an enclosure, embracing the whole nation. As His Majesty King Sobhuza II declared in 1966, Their Majesties also follow in the footprints of King Sobhuza II in unifying Emaswati, all women in the kingdom, to speak in one voice. For women to be able to embrace their families, communities, and the whole nation, it calls for all partners, the friends of the kingdom, international partners, NGOs, government ministries, to work hand in hand in investing in women, empower, equip them with knowledge, skills, and the right attitudes to be able to participate effectively in developing the nation. The day is celebrated annually on March 8 globally to recognize and honor the contribution of women. We as Lutango Lagangwane, again, we are saying that may the House join us and clap hands or simemete, sililitele, just appreciate and honor bomage. Singa kute politiki, simakhumbule kutsi basebentile, batinikela, sibuke emuva, ngibuke umlandvo ngifunze umsebenzi wendlovukati, indlovukati lesithi singilazise, sisho indlovukati Tsandzile. Na ufunza lapha umlandvo kubabe Dr. JSM Mathebulo, ufunze netincwadzi letinye, ubuke inzima layidlala kubamba live. Sibuye siye indlovukati labothibeni Queen indlovukati Kwamile, ngibo bonke sihambe semimangweni yethu siyobuka, sibuke siye ematikweni ahulumende, sibuke inzima ledlole bomake kubambe ematiko, sibuke labasetikolweni, sibuke tibhedlela, sibuke kuwo onke ematiko, simemete silivele eMaswati kuthi siyabonga kuNkulunkulu usiphile bomake bantfu labakwati kumela simo bakhe live basekela tinsika nakude make insika kude ayikhoni kuma kahle asithi bathi insika sithi basekela insika nakangekho make insika itawuyenzetela phezulu komkhono in closing, the International Women's Day website ngicela kukhotha yona it's when we inspire others to understand and value women's inclusion, we forge a better world. Sisho njalo silitsango la kangwane bonkhosi, sisibesicela siyaticelela ukuthi ematiko onke abambisane netihlobo telive netinhlangano letitimele nasawuhlanganisa tandla sihlanyele kubomake sibanike lwati sibanike emakhono siphinze sinjinje nendlela yekucabanga lengiyo utawukhona make kuthi akhone kulibamba likhaya akhone emangweni akhone naseveni aphumelela ngaphandle live alisebentele nemhlaba awusebentele phezulu komkhono siyabonga bonkhosi
Siyabonga kakhulu make Msibi nekusiniketa lawo magama loso wakhulumile. Ngidawucela simshayele tandla asasukuma hlala phansi. Siyabonga nje kakhulu. Ngicela ngalokukhethekile kuhlonipha mengameli wendlu yetimpunga Senate President Makelindiwe Dlamini. Ngiyaxolisa Nkosi igama lakho ngibenginalo but liyajampeka but nje siyakwemukela and we are happy to have you here with us this morning. You will all forgive me, it's not an easy feat to stand before such a distinguished gathering. A pressure sometimes gets into you. Thank you so much. Without any further waste of time, may I call upon the next speaker, who happens to be Ambassador Dr. Charles C. Lee, Secretary General of the Taiwan ICDF, who will give us a pre-recorded statement from the Republic of China. I hope so. Are we ready?
Her Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Tulisile Daldal, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry and Trade Mankoba Khumalo, His Excellency the Ambassador of the Republic of China, Taiwan in the Kingdom of Eswatini, Jeremy Liang, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor that I address you today through this recorded message at the opening ceremony of the Global Cooperation and Training Framework. Representing the Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund, I am privileged to share our dedication to the Taiwan's official development assistance and the socio-economic advancement in our partner countries. The GCTF, a strategic collaboration between the government of Taiwan and the United States, is an essential platform for driving forward international development initiatives. Through this framework, the Taiwan ICTF is deeply engaged in vital global cooperation with a particular focus on the empowerment of women as a fundamental aspect of our development agenda. Our efforts to provide technical support and financial services to women are aimed at enhancing the stability and economic prosperity of developing countries. Since the year 2020, the Taiwan ICTF has been actively involved with Eswatini in executing the capacity building project for microfinance ecosystem targeting grassroots women, thereby enabling them to leverage rural microfinancing opportunities. Through financial literacy training, we have facilitated women-led enterprises and groups in accessing essential resources and effectively managing their financial operations, thereby uplifting marginalized communities, boosting employment, and invigorating the economy. Over the last 3 years, this initiative has positively impacted over 5,000 individuals across more than 200 counseling and training sessions. In these times of uncertainty, the stability of the global community appears increasingly precarious. Nevertheless, the prosperity of women heralds prosperity for all, reinforcing the imperative of international cooperation as the most effective pathway to resilience. In this vein, the Taiwan ICTF has extended its collaborative efforts to include women's empowerment projects across the globe, notably in the Latin American and Caribbean region. We have initiated assisting the economic empowerment of women in Latin America and the Caribbean in the post-pandemic of COVID-19 project by integrating the technical assistance, finance tools, and vocational training resources of Taiwan ICTF. We aim to enhance the employability and entrepreneurial competitiveness of women in Latin America. This initiative seeks to improve the economic development of the Latin American region by bolstering the economic capabilities of women. Furthermore, Taiwan ICTF launched the Green Credit Guarantee Program for women's small and medium-sized enterprises, equipping female entrepreneurs with the necessary resources to initiate a regional transition towards a greener economy. Furthermore, our project aimed at assisting the economic empowerment of women in Latin America and the Caribbean post-COVID-19 is facilitating their recovery from the pandemic aftermath. In Asia, our partnership with international development entities to execute the Women's Livelihood Loan Project within Southeast and South Asia as part of the Women's Livelihood Bond Series is designed to stimulate private sector investments in women. As we move forward, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals would continue to guide our international cooperation efforts. We eagerly anticipate the expansion of our collaboration with Eswatini, aiming to deepen our mutual bonds and extend further opportunities to women, thereby charting the course towards a more affluent and inclusive global society. I extend my gratitude for your attention and support. Thank you.
event today. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Let us now move on. We have the next speaker in our program, who is Mr. Dlamini, Chairperson of the Gender Consortium, Mr. Sonic Dlamini, Executive Director of Gwaka Invotes. Apinze abe ngu-Chairperson we Gender Consortium. Ukhona Mr. Dlamini? Please come forward.
Sinivusele kuseni sithathele lithuba kuhlonipha bonke labakhona endlini njengoba sabachazile libito lami ngisonic ngokadlamini chairperson of the Gender Consortium phinza ngibe executive director. Without wasting your time, shall I just go straight into my remarks for today? Before I even start, I want us to observe a moment of silence to all our women and girls who have lost their lives in the past 12 months due to GPV and other social ills. Just 60 seconds. Thank you. Program Director, Ambassador Melusi, Your Excellency, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, and Senator Tulisi Ledladla. If there is a representative of the Hoho region and acting US Ambassador, Charge d'Affaires, EU Ambassador, Ms. Desalova Chamelova, and EU Head of Cooperation, Ms. Eva Maria, British High Commissioner, Simon Boyden, UN Country Coordinator, George Wachira, Gender Theme Chairperson, Margaret Swala, Government Line Ministries, Senators, Senior Members of Government, Members of the Diplomatic Corps, and Directors of the CSOs, Congo Director in particular, esteemed members of the panel, private sector and public sector, Lutsango Labo Mage, Bomage bethu, bosisi, nabotsatse wethu, nanini nenonke bekunene siyanivusela namhla ekuseni. Our Gender Consortium was founded on the basis of the Beijing Declaration and of course aligned to the Sustainable Development Goal number 5, which is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. It is for us as the Gender Consortium imperative that we align ourselves with all the international protocols and national policies to ensure that we are indeed investing on economic women and sustainable development for all our women. Our team on investing on women economic and sustainable development therefore challenges us to think, reflect, and take stock of our past successes and failures. Siyati sonke kutsi lokusilana we're here because our mothers played an important role. Our sisters, our aunts, and members of our communities. And in the context of the African society, we say it takes a village to raise a child. We are here because we were raised by villages. We are here because our mothers played a role. Some had sleepless nights and some had to fight for our rights as their children. We should be proud of our women. We should be proud of our mothers. We are called upon individually and collectively to act now in ensuring women and girls' rights across all aspects of life are the only way to secure prosperous and just communities, as well as a healthy planet for future generations. UN Women emphasizes that investing in women is a human rights imperative and a cornerstone for building inclusive society. You will note in Eswatini every year 25,000 young people, especially much more of which are women, enter the job market. But the Global Competitive Index of 2019 showcased that there was a gross decline in human capital and competitiveness for Eswatini, with poor vocational, digital, and professional skills. This, in a sense, limits women and especially our mothers to find active economic activity and to then therefore struggle to support families. In the eyes of the Gender Consortium, we think therefore that education, especially higher education institutions, can be breeding grounds for incubating think tanks, thought and social leaders for a sustainable and inclusive future with empowered women and girls, alongside transformational changes in norms and social beliefs. Tertiary, technical vocational education centers and professional education systems where norms for gender equality are practiced and modeled, and where voices and ideas of women are valued and raised up, are some of the society. May I first and foremost congratulate His Majesty's government and the Minister of Finance for preparing the groundwork on educational and health equity investment. We saw in the budget speech that education and health will receive the two biggest allocations for this year's budget, being allocated 5 billion and 3 billion respectively. Promulgating ending poverty by His Majesty and government can help spur implementing gender-responsive financing, including increased number of people on the disability grants, as well as to increase the amount of disability grants. Let us also remember that among our women and among our girls, some of them live with disabilities and they need our support. They need community, they need the family, they need individual, and they need a government and partner support. Let us remember them in our programs, and let us also fight for their inclusion, active and meaningful engagement as we do our programming. We have noted that gender equality issues impact and are reflected in higher education systems in our country, with unequal access, in particular for those who live with disabilities. Higher education and social education and professional development for the most vulnerable members of society have fewer resources and opportunities available to them. The existence of violence against women and other most vulnerable groups affecting students and staff, and sustained underrepresentation of women and minority group in leadership positions such as political positions, higher education institutions, and professional development are some of the challenges that we are facing on a day-to-day basis. And we want to enthuse and encourage our partners and donors to continue investing in the empowerment of women, particularly education. We know that through education, we can do a lot. We can empower the whole society. And if we have more educated women, we can see more improvement in the lives of families and changes in our communities. So we have noted again that academically, it is more challenging for them to succeed, especially women and girls, in their careers, both within and outside academia following their studies. Girls and young women from child-headed households are even forced out to abandon their own futures to tend to their siblings and new families, including unpaid care work. The current economic system exacerbates poverty, inequality, and environmental degradation, disproportionately affect women and marginalized groups. Let us also consider a way of how we can deal with this issue. As the Gender Consortium, we advocate for alternative economic models and a shift towards a green economy and a care society that amplifies voices for women and girls. This is where I think the Eswatini education sector and stakeholders need to come together to address inequalities in higher education and all spheres of life, requiring concerted efforts from government, higher education oversight, from funding bodies, and other partners, particularly private public partnerships and the private sector, to play a key and meaningful role. Action is required now to transform discriminatory gender norms such as unequal domestic burdens following upon women and bias in assessment, recruitment, and promotion, as well as to address practical barriers that disproportionately affect women and girls because of their place in our society. We need to intertwine academic access, cascading gender studies, and gender transformation in all academic institutions. We think we can deal with the root causes of violence against women and girls if we're to take that route. We want violence against women and girls to come to an end, and we want that to be promulgated in all spheres of our undertaking as a society, especially because the biggest form of violence still and remains sexual and intimate partner violence, where children are also exposed. What kind of society are we breeding? What kind of future are we hoping for? Boys who witness their father abuse, hit, or scold their mothers too are more likely to become violent in themselves, and especially in their own relationships, and are less likely to do better in studies and become positive contributors to a fair, just, and resilient, as well as inclusive and sustainable society. The same can be true for girls who witness their own mothers emotionally, psychologically, and economically abuse their fathers. We love and respect our mothers. We love and want to take care of them. But we want to see an improvement in strong political will from our government, strong investment from our partners, and strong changes, meaningful and transformational changes individually, collectively, and as a whole in our society, in how we view and treat our women. It is therefore imperative that we treat our boys and encourage them and teach them to be kind, sensitive, and be very nice, if I were to put it like that, in how they treat women and girls with love, respect, and dignity, alongside strategic investment as the best way that we can invest in accelerating progress. There is a chance to explore Gender Equity Enhancement Fund for All to improve research, quality data for evidence-based programming, GBV case management, restorative justice, and impact studies, as well as knowledge management and sharing of best practices in the fight against GBV and in improving the economic advancement and leadership of our women in our society. All it takes is a willing spirit and invested society. This can be instrumental in developing resources to assist practitioners and researchers in modeling gender disaggregated data against national trends, embedding equality, diversity, and inclusion in curriculum, and investigation of how gender stereotypes contribute to gender inequality and poor economic outcomes. We as the Gender Consortium therefore emphasize a human rights-based approach, highlighting the need for cultural sensitivity. While we love our culture, culture remains a changing and a live document and a tool to show our identity as a society. But a stagnant culture prevents us from growing as a nation. We must keep all those practices that are going to help us accelerate growth and improvement in how we treat our women and girls. But we must also learn to unlearn some of those practices and beliefs that hinder and become a barrier to the improvement and advancement of women. Let us use community dialogues and gender transformative approaches to seek to transform gender relations to promote equality, especially through critical reflections and questioning of institutional practices and broader social norms that create and reinforce inequality and vulnerabilities for women and girls and boys and young men. I think as the Gender Consortium, again, we believe that higher education are better placed to further drive this movement. In other words, our programs aim at influencing a wider range of outcomes such as reducing GBV and bullying, promoting safe communities, empowering young people to advocate for their own rights, and advancing gender equality more broadly. Without multiple channels to open these spaces and collaborative interventions with public-private partnerships, transparent civic engagement of marginalized members of society, particularly those that live with disabilities, we cannot even dream for a just society. We cannot arrive at a dynamic confluence where we achieve sustainable and long-term changes with impact where other countries can learn from Eswatini. So let us create sustainable, inclusive, powerful, and gender resilient and a just society that is violence-free. We must stop ignoring the importance and the role and the influence of digital spaces and technologies among and in our palms. Building and framing our conversations on academic and digital literacy is one of the many ways we can stay ahead of gender-based violence and unlearning some of those practices that we do that are culturally barriers for the advancement of women empowerment, inclusiveness, and accepting of their dignity, love, and respect. An essential part of this solution, particularly as I've always noted, is parenting, and that is where positive parenting and family strengthening and engaging men and boys come in. We need to raise children in ways that promote positive and transformative gender norms and socialization that encourages changes in all our views in society, be it in church, be it at work, be it in politics. Let us learn that we can change and empower our percent of women in leadership. Let us clap hands for the elections. The PM's office has today in this 5-year parliamentary elections a mother, a woman, and an inspirational leader. Siyabonga Mage for being here today, for inspiring us. We have already had a chance to sit with her to discuss and plan for a better future for Eswatini. And I hope that she will continue to inspire us and inspire other members of the Senate and the country as a whole to move forward in this agenda. Siyathi ke make ukuthi nawe awudiphakeli nawusekhaya uyaphakelwa. Siyethemba kuleli plate lakho labakuphakelekilo. There is a peace that is particularly for gender transformating, gender inclusiveness, and for gender programming in the country and in our society. Sibuke wena make siyethemba ukuthi utawungconcotha la ukhona ngconcotha khona usivulele lo minyango thine simehlo sitandla takho sitinyawo takho futhi sibantwa bakho siyethemba ukuthi make sitawuchubeka sisebenzisane nawe, and we look very much forward to a more brighter future 5 years to come. I thank you and happy Women's Day.
Ngicela siphinde simshayele tandla umlangena sahlala phansi. Siyabonga kakhulu Nkosi. Mane le tandla eza akhuluma ngekujoyinwa bahlonishwa tibe tincane, and ngicela siphinde sishaye tigcwale yonke lendlu. Siyabonga kakhulu kube bekuya ngami manje ke ngitemandla ukubacela abahlonishwa basukume, but I think umhlonishwa lokungangayi utawukwenda lo ngesikhathi lesifanele nito ubati bahlonishwa labakhona because badlala insaya lenkulu etimpilweni tethu njengoba basendlini ye parliament. Siyabonga kakhulu. At this stage we have to cross over again to the Republic of China on Taiwan. We have Professor Miss Wiring Wu, who is from the Garden of Hope Foundation in Taiwan. Okay, my apologies. I'm told kwakuthi we are not ready, so we proceed. Ngicela kucela lithango lutho ngaphambili litosiniketa tingoma letimbili nje kuphela. I hope selu ready. Ngicela siphinde silishaye letandla luthango. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyalo sesitawungena ku part 2 of the program yethu. Lapho khona kutawuba khona ama presentations and panel discussions. And to kick us off, ngidawucela kusukumisa Make Tamaris Linza lo melele UNFPA country representative Make Margaret Twala ete ngaphambili atosiniketa i-presentation lasilungisele yona.
Thank you, Program Director. Ngitawucela bangifake the presentation. IT. Her Excellency, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister's Minister, Senate President, members of Parliament that are present here today, the UN Resident Coordinator, representative, the EU Head of Cooperation, the US Ambassador representative present here, senior government officials, UN representatives, all protocols observed. Good morning. And you, Program Director, good morning. I'm still waiting for the IT to put up the presentation for me. It is an honor to take you through on what UN is doing in terms of women empowerment and gender equality in the country. There are a lot of initiatives that we do as a UN, and I will just share with you briefly what we do. Apologies for that. Thank you so much. Okay, as I've just said, this is a presentation of the UN, United Nations contribution to women empowerment in Eswatini. It's not moving. Okay. Before I start, maybe let me share on what is the rationale. Why do we worry about gender equality and women empowerment for Emaswati? Why do we need to invest in that empowerment? According to a statement or a quotation that was done at the 2011 UN General Assembly, and I picked 2011 purposefully to show that the struggle in terms of women empowerment has long been started. It started way back, and we are still working on it. It says that women in every part of the world continue to be largely marginalized. We see a lot of marginalization among women from all spheres, political, financial, economical as well. And this is as a result of discriminatory laws, practices, attitudes, and gender stereotypes, and low levels of education, as well as lack of access to health, and just the disproportionate effect of poverty on women. Also, why do we worry is that achieving gender equality and empowering all women plays an integral part in realizing our 2030 agenda as the UN and as the whole world, and also ensuring that we achieve our sustainable development goals. It is also integrated throughout our cooperation framework as the UN. It is also one of the, it's at the heart of our gender equality and women empowerment in terms of programming for the UN, where we see the need to drive to have a drive for active and meaningful participation of both women and girls in all programming and all spheres of what we do. And we also consistently empower young women and girls, because we know to have a woman who is empowered and equipped, we need to ensure that we consistently empower our young girls as well. So what do we do as part of our contribution as the UN to the Kingdom of Eswatini? One of the major key areas that we support on is research and analysis. We know that for us to be able to talk about data and inform our programming, we need to conduct research and analysis to ensure that we understand the dynamics of what is happening in the country in terms of women empowerment. We also conduct some resource mobilization, which is critical. We know that for you to do program, you need to have money. We need the finances to do that. And we have seen a lot of gaps in our programming in terms of funding and also financing. So one of the key elements that we do as the UN is to do resource mobilization. And just recently, last year, we launched the sub-regional GPV initiative, which consists of 6 countries, where we are trying to mobilize resources in terms of ensuring that we end GPV in the country. So this is a continuing exercise that we are undertaking as the UN in collaboration with other countries. We also continuously do evidence-based advocacy, where we talk about the positioning of a woman in our society, ensuring that we give them the required support and we give them the required advantage in terms of ensuring that they are empowered and able to fulfill and contribute to the society as a large. We also contribute to the enabling environment. We know that for us to do our programming, for us to do our women empowerment and gender equality activities, we need to ensure that the environment is conducive. In those one, we support the development of the guidance documents, which include policies. We know last year we launched our gender policy. We also work on coming up with strategies that will inform our country in terms of our programming. We also ensure that guidelines are also available for partners who want to work in terms of gender equality and empowerment. We also facilitate the linkage between regional, continental, and global opportunities. We know that there are a number of initiatives that are ongoing in other regions or other continents globally. And one of them that we have linkage with is a Spotlight initiative. We try at all times to ensure that the lessons that are learned from other countries, they are brought in the country to enhance on what we do. We also work on linkages with the SADC protocol on gender, the Maputo protocol, so that what we do for the country is what is also is globally done and what is also global done in the continent. We also continue to support awareness raising on GPV at national level. We continue to commemorate, like we are doing today, our International Women's Day. We also do community engagements where we ensure that as we go out, we are empowering our women. We are siyabahlomisa ngetikhala batawukhona ukuthi as they are living as women in the community, they are able to cater and empower themselves. We also support the Deputy Prime Minister's Office to domesticate and implement international human rights commitments. There are a lot of commitments that we do as a country, and we need to ensure that we domesticate and implement them as a country. So we support in that as well. And lastly, we facilitate the implementation of recommendations for treaty bodies, which include state reporting. For treaty reporting like the CEDAW, the UPR, the CRC, the CRPD, and others, as well as ensuring that the legal and policy framework and reform and strengthening is done through capacity building. How do we do that? Because we cannot do it alone as the UN. We partner with all government ministries. We work with them to ensure that we achieve all that we have done as the UN. We also work in collaboration with the traditional and religious leaders. We know that our communities are the core of who we are as a Maswati. So when you engage as a country, it's important that you include those sectors which are at the very community level that we have. The academia, because I talked about research, the academia plays a key role in terms of conducting research and ensuring that the evidence that you are generating is up to global standards. We also work with our civil society organizations, including community-based organizations, and we have had the Gender Consortium Chair, which we work with as well. We also work with women groups at community and grassroots level. I think at the time where there was the unrest in the country, we did work with women from the community and grassroots level to ensure that we empower them in that situation. We also work with the private sector. We also work with other development partners, the EU, the US, SA, yeah, the Taiwanese, we all work with together. And then we also work with, as a UN, or alone, we just work together as well to ensure that what we deliver on to the country is of, it's coordinated, and we have collaborative efforts in delivering on that. Thank you so much. I think that's where my presentation ends. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu ku Tamari on behalf of the UN in Swatini. Utawusibongela nje kakhulu nakubaphathi lisito lolukhulu kangaka leni qhubeka ngakubambisa le office leliphini landvunankulu. Sisodwana ngeke sikhone kwenda lo msebenzi lomkhulu kangaka. Siyabonga kakhulu. Our next presentation will come from Ms. Zanele Kunene, Senior Policy and Program Analyst. Yena ke utawukhuluma nge-US government overall support to the improvement of women's status in Eswatini. Please come forward.
Thank you, Program Director. The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Senator Thuli Dladla, His Excellency the Ambassador of Taiwan, Jeremy Liang, the US Chargé d'Affaires, Sean White, the UK High Commissioner, Simon Boyden, UN Resident Coordinator, George Wachira, Head of Cooperation, EU, Eva Engdahl, honorable members of Parliament, all protocol observed. As introduced, my name is Zanele Kunene, and I'd like to really dive in because I'm cognizant and mindful of time, just sharing the work that the US government is supporting in the country in partnership with Emaswati. Before I go into that, I do want to say this because I am a woman, and part of today is a celebration about me as well as a woman. You know, lately I have been learning to support myself. And by supporting myself, I mean learning to just develop a strong sense of self-belief, because there are a lot of things that we need to be working on, you know, towards improving the status of women economically. But there's also so many things that we can do at an individual level to invest in ourselves, to support ourselves, in order to be able to take up these opportunities. That that I am good. I am good. I am enough, and I do enough. So at this point, I will do enough for this session. All right. I would like to encourage women to do this practice of just speaking kindly to yourself. You know, when we talk about women, sometimes even the standards of beauty and all of that, it's been said when I was younger myself. Well, I'm still young, but just a couple of years before now. You know, I used to laugh at this idea that, you know, beauty comes from within. I was like, no, man, like, we want to see the beauty. But now I understand what this means. You know, you get used to these physical attributes. But I can't get used to a kind woman, somebody who is kind to me, a man who is kind to me. You know, what comes from within has this genuine sense of it and purity that just impacts you for a long time. So I want to encourage us as women to invest in ourselves by just starting with being kind with ourselves and supporting ourselves and investing in ourselves, loving ourselves. All right, getting into the work. This is just an overview of the work that is supported by the US government in the country, of course in partnership with the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini. There's a whole lot more we do beyond work that is really targeted at women, but we just zoomed into the work that's focused on women's empowerment. So this is an overview of what I'll share. We do work around entrepreneurial and skills development, market access and trade, and then women's financial inclusion. Under entrepreneurial and skills building programs, we have a couple of interventions that we have. Within PEPFAR, we have the DREAMS initiative. I'm not sure if the room is familiar with this. This is an HIV prevention program for adolescent girls and young women, targeting adolescent girls and young women aged 10 to 29. Within it, this is a health intervention. It's really focusing on preventing HIV acquisition. But it's a layered approach where we also have within it an embedded economic strengthening aspect, where currently in the cohort of over 30,000 girls that are enrolled in the program, we also offer those girls an opportunity to be linked to technical and vocational skills and education. We have partnered with the Ministry of Education through an MOU that our implementing partners signed to roll out TVET to the community level, because we know that some of the barriers to even accessing skills development for women is just minding a child. You know, some of our young women have got young children and there's nobody to take care of the child. So looking into creating those opportunities, part of what we did was partner with the Ministry of Education through Sebenda to roll out skills education at community level, where our beneficiaries then sort of benefit. Within this program as well, we support graduates with paid internships. Here we really partner with the private sector, SMEs, to give our beneficiaries skills and experience that they need to sort of be more employable or even start up their own businesses. We do have, for example, a partnership with Standard Bank, a 3-year partnership, where we are linking beneficiaries for internships. And there's a lot of value that the private sector is offering us in terms of just developing our young women and ensuring that they are ready for the world of work. Within the embassy, we also have an academy for women entrepreneurs. This is a program that we launched in 2023, as well as the Biz Innovator Startup. We've already, since last year, graduated 28 women who were reached through this initiative. The US also invests in women's leadership programs. For example, we celebrate women leaders. If you can note through our social media pages this month, because it's Women's History Month, we are profiling women leaders and sort of amplifying the contributions and roles of women in our society. I will move on to the next slide. So this work, this work is not necessarily targeted at women, but we have intentionally, for instance, through Africa Trade, embedded indicators that track women's participation, because we want to ensure that our programs are inclusive, and that, you know, through the data, we can be informed to further improve and develop our projects, sort of have them evolve over time to address the needs of the country, including women that need to be involved in trade. So we, through USAID, support work with Africa Trade Investment, where Eswatini is working closely with Eswatini Investment Promotion Agency to train and prime through finance grants, access to markets through trade, We also, as I've already mentioned, track women's participation within that. We also, most of us are familiar with AGOA, support the government to ensure continued eligibility under AGOA and increase its utilization by small, especially women-led businesses in areas of art and handcrafts. USAID is also supporting Eswatini businesses to obtain US registration and certifications to meet US market requirements, list on e-commerce platforms, and develop skills through additional webinars and events. This is my last one. This is a project that we supported during COVID under USAID. So USAID, through the American Bar Association, implemented a women's employment for economic recovery. We ended this project last year, and a solicitation was sent out, for instance, to evaluate the project itself. We find that it would be valuable to have that data to help us further inform programming for women and address some of the barriers that persist around women's participation in the economy. So part of what this project also was targeting was unlocking credit opportunities for women and facilitating more favorable lending practices towards female entrepreneurs. We also worked through Gwaka Invoza, engaging men and boys in the private sector to address harmful gender norms that impede women's ability to participate in the economy. I won't go into this example, but within the project itself, there was an innovation prize model where we saw the winner, Imbita Women's Finance Trust, collaborating with MTN to digitize its savings, credit, insurance, and training services, which will now be able to reach more clients and reduce loan costs and just generally improve access to finance for women. This is my last slide. I just wanted to share some of the photos of the projects that I've just alluded to. For more information on what we support, please do visit the US Embassy website. Do chat with us today. Do network. There's a lot of women. We all are here to connect today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Thank you so much, Zanele. Nakubamba skhatsi. Ngicela siphinde simshayele tandla. Whilst sisacela ngicela nje kucela laba labatawu participate ku panel discussion ngokuthi babe ready. Because nakucitsa nje le speaker lesilandzelako batawube sesebayangena. Sesizama kubamba skhatsi siyashakutela kakhulu ndawusixolela kulolo hlangothi lolo. May I now introduce the next speaker, who happens to be Mr. Hohe Peng, project manager from the Taiwan Technical Mission. Yenage, he'll be giving us a presentation on Taiwan's contribution to the improvement of women's economic status in Eswatini. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, the program director, and Your Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister, Tulisile Tatra, and Your Excellency, the Ambassador Jeremy Liang, and the Honorable MPs, and the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Penn. I am the project manager of the capacity building project for the microfinance, focusing on grassroots women in Eswatini. And I thank you all for being here today. I am very glad to have this opportunity to share some experience about Taiwan's contribution to the improvement of the women's status in Eswatini. And today, my presentation outlines we will include in the project background and the enlargement of the stakeholder project achievement, and we have the conclusion and the recommendation. So the project background, I can say that it's up to the MOU for the cooperation on the women's economic empowerment was signed between the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Eswatini government to enhance the women access to the quality of financial service and the products. The executing the agency, including the Cooperative Department, ECODET, and the Taiwan Technological Mission, respectively. And the acknowledgement of the stakeholders, government of the Republic of the China, Taiwan, and the main stakeholder, Eswatini government, is the Ministry of the Commerce, Industry, and Trade. And we have the strong team, and we have the sales staff, and we have the SECO, ECODET, Lulode, and the Mananga College, and DigiMage, SWASA, Handicraft Department, entrepreneurs, and the social authorities. And our project achievement, I think this one of the projects we started from the year 2020 to the 2023. During the 3 years, the capacity building the project has did a remarkable job and have been able to achievement and complete some of its tasks despite some challenge along the way, which have hindered the progress of the projects. So I think our project achievement, just like before, we have the training and the International Women's Day celebration, product exhibition, and we have the fintech product and the socio-economic impact, collaboration with the Fruit Tree Project, education, the empowerment, and the project staff enrollment. And also we attended a COSCA involving and the Cooperation Day service and celebrations. So outreach and entrepreneurs assessment. Taiwan information on legally informal, no, I'm sorry. 12, we have the 12 and the informal legally registered to the cooperative experience sharing meeting. And first time I think we will to mention about the International Women's Day celebration. The capacity building the project was able to successfully celebrate the International Women's Day for 3 years, from the year 2021 to the 2023 respectively. The project team did a pre-campaign in the 4 regions in year 2021, and they organized 20 women in each region, thus covering the 80 women. And awareness was made on the importance of the day, and the theme was unpacked for them. The theme of the International Women's Day was choose to challenge, which is simply translated to the courage every woman must possess in order to be successful. In year 2022, the event was also celebrated with the theme break the bias, which was to say all women must be offered equal chance with no room for discrimination. Lastly, in the year 2023, again, the event was celebrated under the theme, the Digital O, Embrace the Equity, whereby it was the simple saying that the women must be proactive with the use of the technology since we move into the digital space. So they must be well equipped with all the new technological trends. And we also have the product exhibition. The project have been able to host a massive product exhibition for the promotional purpose and the visibility, working hand with the handicraft department from the NHTC. The first product exhibition, the first product exhibition was hosted at the Happy Valley Hotel just here in the year 2021, whereby the ministers from the commerce industry and the trade and the foreign affairs were presented to grace the event. In the year 2022, we also hosted another exhibition in the collaboration with the Mandini municipality, whereby 30 handicrafts came to the showcase and sell the products. This event was also graced by the Mandini regional administrator. In the year 2023, the project also participated in the bushfire event, where it offered handicraft ticket and a store to showcase their products for the duration on the 3 days. The turnover from this exhibition was the massive one because they were able to make the sales on their products. And also we have the socio-economic impact, that is home economic. The capacity building projects have played a major role in equipping the society with the women's home economic skill. The projects have assisted a total number of the 90 youths from the 4 regions of the country in baking skill, which was a training consisting on 3 batches held on the Pupuma Research Center in Markens. Also, the total number of the 90 caregivers from the Brembo were equipped with the making bar soap, liquid soap, and the wash floor polish, and the fabric softener respectively. And the total number of the 20 rural women from the Langobi were trained on the strawberry jam production. The purpose of this initial activity was to engage the individuals to start up their own business and make the money to sustain their families. Since the level of the unemployment on the rise in the country. And we have a project collaboration with the Fruit Tree Project. To complete the value chain, we need to collaboration with other stakeholder partners. So the capacity building project and the opportunity to join force with the Fruit Tree Project, also based in the Taiwan Technical Commission. This initial activity proved to be very fruitful since the results were convincing toward sustainable growth with the rural women entrepreneurs. The first group from the Hoho region by the name Mdinene Farmers Association benefit almost 420 guava seeding, as well as the sweet potato seeds for the commercial farming. The fruit tree project also offered them with an irrigation systems. As we speak, they have already got some fruit for the return with selling their produce to the PMP stores. Another one note is a corporation known as Bushir Benfandi from the Langabi, also got identified and got to strawberry farming, and they were able to sell to PMP store. And about our staff and education, the empowerment, the project value as the employees and have numerous occasions for its staff to enroll in course, including the project manager and project management and report writing in Manangala College. Furthermore, the staff have been also awarded 2 chance to study at the ECOT College for lifelong and upskilling course, and as well as the Introduce to IT Programming course. The project has been able to support the 20 students study business management in circles online at the University of the Mosi in Tanzania, of which the 14 were enrolling under the professional certificate, and the other 6 students were enrolling under the postgraduate diploma. So we also conducted some experience sharing meeting. A number of the experience sharing meeting have been conducted since the launch of the project throughout all the 4 regions of the countries, which saw the stakeholders from the retail department in countries. Eswatini standard authorized to name a few. And during some of the discussing, we would touch areas of the business development together with the new way of doing the business during the COVID pandemic era. A lot of the rural women, the entrepreneurs, would benefit from the networking with other business partner from the other regions on the challenge they were facing as the business people in the rural area. So I can say that we have the successful training under outreach. The capacity building project is proud about the successful training. It has conducted over the past 3 years, totally the number about 5,000 rural women and men. The circles, the individual, the entrepreneurs and the group have a benefit from all the training we conducted as a project. So our conclusion as I think we supported the rural area circle, just the cooperative to developing. So the cooperative member development together on the base of the mutual benefit. Cooperative encourage everyone to serve and building a good credit history. Cooperatives can help the women earn more income and promote women's economic empowerment issue. And also the microfinance project assists women in the Eswatini rural community to form a cooperative to improve production skill and product innovation and design and the marketing and the promotion. Basically, the financial skill, the training and the capital planning effectively improve the production efficiency and income. Cooperative can indeed encourage women to start their own business, build the consensus on community development, increase the household income, and improve the family economic conditions. Cooperatives are highly relevant to the financial inclusion development and the women's economic empowerment. Microfinance projects guide the development of the cooperative and has made a great contribution to the development of the inclusive finance and the women's economic empowerment. And our recommendation is the cooperative development sustainably and serve as the member as its the purpose. Improve the service process and enhance the functionality. Advantage of the operating independently and cooperating with each other. Ensure the safety and profitability of fund. Steady development and complete risk management system. And also here I will to mention about our project in the last year, November in 2023, we already finished, and right now we have the new project for the micro enterprise project. And also we got the Taiwan government to support the $1 million revolving fund. And in fact, right now we already got some application form, and we reviewed all the application form now. And I think this month we will to approve some application form. And I believe the women will to get the money in this month. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. Siabonga kakulu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peng. Kuna special request lesikhona mhlonishwa. Kuna mage sigudla lokuthi nje ucela kwenda kuhlabela nje ingoma yinye for in honor of umhlonishwa. Ngicela ete ngaphambili while sisasethapha le stage for lama panelists ethu la tawusjoyina. Nawo ngiyacabanga ngisasa ready. Yeah, please help us set up the stage. Utawusihlabelela ingoma ibe yinye nje maka sigudla bese sohlala phansi.
Impela lokuhle nomusa kuyangilandela. Impela lokuhle nomusa kuyangilandela mina. Impela lokuhle nomusa kuyangilandela. Impela lokuhle nomusa kuyangilandela mina. Ungitekela itafula ambile tithatami. Ungitekela itafula ambile tithatami Jesu. Ungitekela itafula ambile tithatami. Ungitekela itafula ambile tithatami Jesu. Ngitawuhlala endlini kaSimakade utekule phakade. Ngitawuhlala endlini kaSimakade utekule phakade mina. Ngitawuhlala endlini kaSimakade utekule phakade. Ngitawuhlala endlini kaSimakade utekule phakade.
Siyabonga kakhulu Makesigudla. Siyabonga kakhulu. Siyabonga kakhulu. Nyalo sesitawungena ku last item kulo part 2 of our program this morning. Kune ma panelists ke la khona la tawu khulumisa lesicubulo sethu lesikhona namhlanje lesithi invest in women, accelerating women development. I believe kutawuthi ke nabaqedza bese sekuba ne session lapho khona sitaniketa khona lithuba ukuthi nibute khona imibuto wonke nje lokhona la lotawufisa ukuthi abute khona la ngakubuta or comment utalithola lithuba sitawucela ukuthi nisende lama presentations eno nibe brief ntobamba sikhathi because sikhathi sesishiyile ngicela kuba introducer briefly nangibita ligama nitawuphakamisa sandla loyo lengitawumbita kuna Miss Philisiwe Dlamini long promotional officer ka MS usuka ka Ministry of Industry and Commerce ku MSME unit Philisiwe. Okay. Bese sekuba na representative of women with disabilities mane kuteke ligama la ngiyambona Dzadze ukhona bese sekuba na Miss Nonhlanhla Dlamini a beneficiary of the Dreams project bese kuba na Miss Fezile Tembe champion of women farmer of the year competition kube na Mr. Andrew Chapfiga, Program Manager, Women Unlimited. Bese sekuba na Miss Nolwazi Mlambo, Representative of Beneficiaries of Taiwan Women Microfinance Project. Ngidawucela ke moderator wa yole panel discussion etenga phambili lokungu Grace Dludlu, consultant of the Taiwan Technical Mission. Etenga phambili siyabonga.
Afternoon, everyone. Because of time, can you allow me to say all protocol observed? We just want to thank all the organizers of this celebration of the International Women's Day. We'll be discussing the topic which says investing in women for economic empowerment and sustainable development. It has been rightly said, kwekuthi hlanyela kubomake uphakamise intuthuko in politically, economically, and socially. My first question is directed to Philiswa from the MSME department, the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Trade. Philiswa, based on government's position and commitment in investing in women, what would you say investing in women means from a government perspective?
Sanibona nonke sibingelele nakumhlonishwa DPM. Libito lami sebalishito ngiphiliswa ngakadlamini ngisebenzela eMinistry of Commerce, Industry and Trade. Lihlangothi lelibuke kuthuthukiswa kwabosomabhizinisi labancane. Ngiyajabula lokuthi namhlanje sihlangene nabomake, which is one area that I'm really interested in and I've been working on it for the longest time. And I feel government vele is committed kusitabomake kakhulu. I remember very well in 2016 through assistance ya UNDP we formed an association lesithi sivele sinebunya. It was looking for kusitabomake in the informal cross-border trade because that where most our women are in business la ahleti khona kakhulu, because isikhathi lesiningi and ema studies leswendile athi our women, they are in the informal sector, so that is where we do our businesses. And I think there are a lot of factors le enda ukuthi bomake babe in that kind of space, but be that as it may, government has really responded well. Ku SME policy yethu, we have a pillar, strategic pillar, that is specifically looking on the promotion and development of women-owned enterprises, including youth and the disadvantaged people. So under that, our pillar, we have, government has really done, let me not say a little bit, but he has done something. Kusita bomage, kuba tutukisa kule informal space. But let me share that bomage ngiyanicela, like you have to be honest with yourself. As much as hulmende ansitile, working with you, skatless nengeng bonungatin tonsela emuva. For instance, with the association that was formed through the assistance of UNDP, bomage batonsela emuva. And ukanze kwekuthi, you know, asikhoni loku sebenda kanye kanye. And bomage ngini kakhulu lenhlangana naleti ngcinamba. I'll take for example, nasiyokucupha sibomake siye Mozambique, sine challenge yemasotsha lena. And umsebenzi wemasotsha le nasingene emaphiveni koyokuthi babuke ukuthi asikaphathi intilimato, but every time bomake bayakhala bathi emasotsha abaphatha kabi. And I'm saying, but bomake, you don't have an association that comes, the Minister of Commerce and office la director livulekile bomake, but you are not coming forth. Noma singahleba ukuthi buyani, but niyabaleka. And bese kuba challenge lokuthi how are we going to solve lama problem la bomake labahlangabetana nawo. So nje ngiyacela, ngiyajabula lokuthi namuhla sina and make ndvuna ngikhulu la longimake naye. Ngicabanga ukuthi nasiphuma lana sizophuma siyele la sikhona khona la sisebentela khona sibomake sesike sihlangane, ngoba phela nangabe sithi ngithi bomake lesentatini ukuthi itendeke, then akube ngithi mbambanyalo lokuthi lala kwendile uhulumende asesikuthatheni ngetandla tethu totimbili. Lokunye through igender unit kwasukuma confab ukhona, and ngiyajabula ukuthi sinamake Thandi la bekasola lunga leParliament, and bengimbona umflo omdzala agijima yedwa bomake maye badosela emuva. And namhla ngilobacela bomake asesi kube ngithi lele supporta nako, singagcini ngekhuluma kuphela, but asesendeni, ngoba kuze letinkinga lesihlangabetana nato kuze phela nabomake batoba nema opportunities lamahle singene kubo science kubita lokho ukuthi sihlangane. iConfab ikhona sibekelwe ngikhomesa, but ngibona nje ungathi makugijima yedwa la kaConfab bomake ababonakali, kanti siyabadzinga bomake ka-mining, siyabadzinga bomake ka-technology, but abekho. So ngitowucela nje sibomake ukuthi asesisukumeni ngetinyawo tethu, sesithingwe lokhu lasakushito ndvuna ngikhulu nakathi asithingwe asesikwende nje sibomake. And ngiyakholelwa kubomake ukuthi banawo emandla and banayo le courage, but kuthi ngakho ukuthi sisukume and sisupportane. Lokunye lasekwendile uhulumende sowukhona umthetho losophasile, and ngijabulile kakhulu. Manje ngajabula ngedva nje ngihamba ngayoti take out after 15 years lo mthetho sowuphasile, kuthiwa yi-Citizens Economic Empowerment Act. Ngiyacela vele siushayele tandla, waqala 2008 nambe sengigive uphile lokho ukuthi uthi utophasa lo mthetho, but ekugcineni ugcine uphasile. So loyo mthetho loyo vele ubukile lokuthi yatibomake kumele phela ukuthi babukelelwe, ngoba sibonile ukuthi esikhathini lesiningi abekho bomake kumathenda, emabhizinisi abomake aku-informal, ku-technology bomake abekho. So siyadzinga lokho ukuthi lo mthetho lona utosita kakhulu, utokwenda lokuthi phela bomake sale bavela. Sengumthetho la lokusho ukuthi soyaluma sonelitinyo nangabe awendi kahle, whereby sibuke ukuthi ema-institutions both private and public atoba nyalo ngizothi forced ivele lokho ukuthi they should have a certain percentage of whatever business lekhona, whether matender or whatever, but a certain percentage vele kufuteke aye kubomake aye kubomake. Lo mthetho uthi yonke ke institution that is within the country vele sitohamba siyobuka sibuke ukuthi emathenda akho ke masipala boma kunike bongakhi. Niyabona, it means it calls for us women ngenyalo to be very active ngoba phela lo mthetho angeke umane usuke kusebende angithi. So it want us as women ukuthi sibuyele sibe active. So I implore you guys la Kathendlini ukuthi ngiyacela sibomake asesihlangane, let us use the association and lo mthetho lenu tosebenda if nine on the ground you are working. Sahlala sathula futhi angeke lo msebenzi lona usebenza sitoqhubeka sitobe solo siqhubeka sibona bobabe baqhubeka bangena in the business space kube ngibo bobabe labathathe emathenda laba sebenda kutotonke tindzawo. So ngiyacela nje sibomake asithatheni le Citizens Economic Empowerment Act siyati na ufuna kuyati kabandi likhona office ukhona na Confweb ukhona na Facebook ukhona na Business Eswatini. Ngiyacela ukuthi lokho sila I know very well sinabo soma business but we need to grow and we need to work. Lo mthetho lo nto semenda because sinabo soma business sesisukumile utosisita kubo regional development and utosisita kuma FDIs. Siyabona ukuthi if ifiki FDI nangabe ayisathola i-raw material la kithi eMaswatini sithi akayithole kuphi. So it is us lo mthetho kufuthi kusebenzele lo ukuthi if FDI comes in the country we have to make sure that there are SMEs that are linked kule FDI. Ingachubeki FDI ibifikile la kangwane iphinzi yolanza i-raw material outside the country again when we have our own businesses, especially women-owned business enterprises that we are looking ukuthi sebenzisane now. So lo mthetho lona nje sengithi nje kubomake asuhlahleleni emehlo vele utosebenda if we women will stand up asikhona kusebenda. And on the issue of access to finance angipota nje ukuthi uhulumende usizamile kakhulu sisine informal traders fund lo muthe wasithuma la kulomunye umnyaka kokuthi sicale sikhwama because sithi tebomake they are in the informal space. So sine informal traders revolving fund ilapha ka FinCorp. If unathini bomake that were in the informal space, it is there because kwecala nje isinika capital to start our businesses. Kwesibili, it will help us to create a good credit history for ourselves. So singakubalekeli ngihlale ngithi MTN ube nanang mobile money. So we must be very very careful ukuthi naboleka imali ka mobile money ibiselene bomake niyabona mos because wangayibiseli le mali your credit history already seyilimele. Niyabona sikhumbule ukuthi imali na uyibolekile kumele uyende njani uyibisele emuva kuze ukuthi the next person atoboleka. Niyabona and again I pass my sincere gratitude to Taiwan who has really helped us sihlanganelana. And we have this project which has just been explained and basifakele imali lenganga 18 million. Ngiyacela sibashire ntandla. Assisting again our women la even. So kuto ingene iyaku we have created a credit cooperative again. So
Please wind up, please,
bato joina kule sakho. So ngiyacela bomake labo bosoma business vele sihlale sivule emehlo yekusita bomake lesakho lena lekhona but sinawo ke lamanye ema financial institutions la sisitako as much as avulekile ngoba ekucaleni uhulumende bekafaka imali ivulekele wonke umuntu but nje sinayo imali lekhona. Naso ufuna information lenengi ngicabanga ukuthi i-office la ka SME unit livulekile angigcine lapho. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Piliswa, for that informative speech that you have made. You have shown that government has done a lot in terms of legislation to encourage women to participate, and we have proper legislation in place to assist us in terms of opening up our businesses. Policies are there, they've been formulated by your department, and aims have been also made in terms of the cross-border trade to support women. What we have strongly said, and also the access to finance is there, it is available within the department so that women can access finance. You have also rightly said that Confab as well has been formed in order to assist women. On that note, you have also mentioned that women are not taking up their, being so active in terms of using up what government has already placed for them. So let us stand up as women and use all the resources that government has had for us. My next question will be directed to Merim Bamali from the disability sector. Mary, yini nje tingqingamba letikhona lenihlangabetana nato sibantfu la bakhubatekile, and nalokuthi what are the changes that government still has to make to ensure that women accelerate in terms of progress in their businesses?
Ngiyabonga madam. Ngicabanga ukuthi ndawuthanda ngikuthi ngiqale kunayile ngiyo nje nyalo indzaba ye-access ukuthi mina ngakhona ukuthi ngigibele estage ukuthi nikhone nonke ukuthi ningibone. Ngilenye ingcinamba lokhanza ukuthi sibomakela abakhubatekile sidibana nayo siyafuna kuyofika lapha la kunelisito khona, but now utawukhanda letite busy njengoba tinje awusakhona utathanza ujike eminyango ukuthi wena awukakhoni ukugibela uyofika la kunalelisito khona. Ngikungithi angiqale ngakho nje ngoba kwanyalo lokungila sengivele ngilimele ukuthi mina stage anikhona ukungibona nonke. So sicabanga ukuthi ngulenye imvo ledzinga ukuthi ilungiswe etakhiweni letikhona lesinato kangwane. Bese ngiveta indzaba yokuthi sibomake labakhubatekile siyafisa nathi kukhulisa imindeni yethu njengabomake labangakakhubateki ngetindlela takwekuthi kube khona emakhono lesiwatfolako nathi sifundzele sikhone ukuthi sikhonele ukuthi sitiphilise. But esikhatsini lesiningi uyokhanza ukuthi lawo ma vocational akhona, but thine sibomake labakhubatekile akusikolula ukuthi singayofika khona, noma kungathiwa mhlambe uyakhona ukuthi utawugibela uyofika kuleso sikole. Isikhathi lesiningi akusilula kusuka kwami ekhaya ngiyawugibela ibhasi noma leyo khumbi ngiyawufika le esikolweni. Uyokhanza ukuthi noma sengikwendile lokho ngidatikhanza ngifika late esikolweni, ngidatikhanza ngiphuta kubuya ekhaya ngendlela yokuthi nase kafika lamabhasi noma lawo makhumbi sekumele mina ukuthi ngigibele, mina kufanele ngithathe sami isikhathi ukuthi ngigibele. Bamvu bayabambeleleka, labanye utawukhanza ukuthi batawugijima embili bayogibela mina sengisalele ngemuva. So ukhanza ukuthi sekungenda ngingabi nemidlandla yokuthi ngingaya kuyawufundzela mhlambe etindzaweni leti khweshile. Bese sekuba indzaba yema projects lokhanza ukuthi siba nawo emimangweni, siyababona bomake bayakhushutela emimangweni bendalo kwanalokwa. Kepha thina sibomake labakhubatekile noma ngabe sikufise kwane kukwenda lokho, uyokhanza ukuthi lawo ma projects aba le khashane la kutawenda ukuthi mina ngingimake lokhubatekile ngingafiki khona. Bese ngifaka ekhathi batali bethu labane bantfwana labakhubatekile. Kulukhuni kakhulu ukuthi utawushiya umfana lewatiko ukuthi ngeli-hour kufanele umfunde, mhlambe ngeli-hour kufanele umshinje dispose, so uyahamba uyale khashane la kunale laleyo project le nabomake lapho bashikitela khona. So lesikucela konje ukuthi ema project latasivumela thina latawuvumela labatali bethu kuze basinakekele ngendlela lefanele. Lafa ekhathi nje ma projects ukuthi umntali uyalima akahambe make athole make inhlanyelo yokuthi uyalima ngiyatlo usinakala pensimini utawukhona kuhle ayekhaya angihlola angishintsha linabukeni angifunde kunaloko ukuthi utawuhamba lilanga lonke angikhanze ngisesimeni lesikabi. Siphinze futhi kulawa ama projects la khona sibonga nje kakhulu ngivete iproject yavuka nibomake. Iproject yavuka nibomake ife ngemafem la khona emimangweni sibonga lokuthi nathi sibe ngilabanye lesicabangelekako ukuthi singakhona lokuthi siwende lama projects avukani bomake ukuthi sithunge ngoba kufika le emafamily kumathapha kithi akusikolula kesha kunginamuhla siye stikhanze sibandvu ngalokuthi sengiyakhona ukuthi ngisuke ekhaya ngishaya kancane ngaleso sikhathi leso ngiyafika lapho uvukani bomake angibekele khona leyo cottage siyasebenza ngiphinze ngibuya la ekhaya.
Yes. Okay. Siyabonga kakhulu Shem Mary. Sixolise ukuthi sikukhathe short. It is because of time. Otherwise, you have made your points are very valuable. At this juncture, we shall now go on to Dreams beneficiary. Nonhlanhla Dlamini. Nonhlanhla, how do you empower yourself to take up some of these opportunities that are available for women? And how do you empower other women around you?
Sanibonani, njengoba sashito make igama lami nginonhlanhla ngokaDlamini. I'm a recent graduate at Limkokwini University. That's where I attended a program, Aga Young Heroes, about dreams. Last year, September, the USAID together with PEPFAR funded us as graduate training at Standard Bank. Luckily, I was one of those beneficiaries. I did my graduate training for 3 months. Then after a week at Standard Bank, they called me. What I'm going to do, I'm going to answer Mage with my story. First, I empower myself with education. Yes, I empower myself with education. I wish I can say more. It's so emotional. I don't know how I can say it. Where I am coming from. I was raised by 2 beautiful women. That's when I discovered that everything is possible, even without a man. I was raised by my grandma. Lobegawa avuka nami. Ngafunza. Sometimes bekukoseka ukuthi ngiyekele esikoleni ngisebenza. Maybe emakhishini. Ngangidibana nayo yonke abuse, but ngachubeka ngathi I want to learn. Ngawende my mistake, but angizange give up. I'm sorry. I am with Standard Bank right now.
Hallelujah.
Fine is still temporal, but out of 15 ladies, Lebega Lena, the Standard Bank is internal now. I was the only one whom they called, just because ngasi sengivestile go education yami, ngasi sengiyayisebenzela. Angizange ngifika ngihlala. I'm happy ukusi kubona magazanele. Ngasi nangiphuma ngemthoyi after my presentation with Tage Motong Butawatsi. What were you doing at school? Meaning in the business information technology. Even when the business information technology, Limkokwini, they used to say, "Good the lot of 7 kona." But the Limkokwini abakash. Guneng impilo bayil kun et tertiary. Guneng ilebeng tibana nago. But participating kuma project aga dreams wang sita. Bang funds is like investor in life. The little you get. Luckily, bengi sitholile scholarship. Loyo 1.6 lebengi mthola. Good support lebengi ithola khona. Njengoba ngishito ukuthi ma mistakes ngawenda while ngisa drop out esikoleni ngathi Kansas sengidala ngiba nemfana. Ngathi noma ngibuyele esikoleni, some they say kude la yokwenda uyele bafana. Even some of my family members but ngathi because uyakwatela lengufunako. Ngalwa ngathatha lebe bangifundisa kona ka dreams. Ngathi I will not give up until I get what I want. Yes. I wish to share a lot, but right now I am with Standard Bank. I am working there, and lamandla lingidowafaka ngifuna ukuthi khanza kusasa ngi-entrepreneur. Angifuni ukuthi khanza ngisebentela umuntu because the dreams say invest. Ngivuke ekuseni ngive ukuthi angilali kahle kahle kusebenta umuntu akusiko kwami. Dreams wangifundzisa lokho. Wangifundzisa ukuthi angitisebente. Ngendele ngikwentako ngesikhathi lengisifunako. Bomake bethu banawo emandla. Nami sengingimake cause ngina 29. Sengingimake. Kusasa I have to raise a family letoba happy. Mina ngikhule kabuhlungu. I think lo munye beka give up, but nganele kungena ku dreams banginiketa lithemba ngaparticipate ngalandzela lokulaba kushoko bengakwenda lokunengi. Maybe bengathi senginatha ngibhema sengithengisa umtimba because bekubita tertiary ukuthi sometimes utkhanza ulapho because bekwenteka kuphela 6 months ungayitholi imali allowance. I don't have a family. I don't know my father at all. I just have my mom who's working in the kitchen in South Africa. She is a maid. Good to get imali my maid, but ngabeketela I would sleep. I remember one day ngidla rice na shukela emcashweni. Badla tambeti hlala no. Not even a single day. So ngiva buhlungu ukuthi angibaboni laba tertiary. I don't know if ever bakhona. Kibo ngathi to empower them ngathi join lama groups lama program labanilethela wona than lama NGOs.
Yes.
They are really helpful. Sebenzisana namathuba labaniketa wona. Shano i-business idea yakho ukuthi uyathi mina ngana i-business idea nayi but akunika imali. Ungayengeke ukuthi nje hayi lapha sithole ama chocolate, sithole ama pets, sithola lokho naloko. Nami ngiyaqala ngingaqala ngenta kanjalo. But ngase sengiyabona ukuthi no. Yathi I want this in my life. After wonke leminyaka lengaka ngibusy sengabe nje sengilahlela kanjalo nje impilo yami. Ngicela kunganzi. Nangakhuluma I can write a novel. I think they will share my success story with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nonhlanhla. I'm sure most of us have learned, and maybe your colleagues have also learned something. We shall move on to the next panelist, the champion of Women Farmer of the Year. What would you say are some of the benefits of creating economic opportunities for women? Maphi nje mathuba lakhona kuze kuthi bomake bakhone ukuthuthuka.
Nginivusele nonke bongozi. Ngenxa yesikhathi sengidawuthi hlabahlosi ngishayelo all protocol observed. Ngingifezile wakaTembe. I am not a champion yet, but I was part of Women Farmer Competition Foundation. Basekhaya balapha ekoneni ngiyababona. I was position 7. So before I start my answer, to answer what would you say about the benefits of creating economic opportunities for women, I would like to firstly define economy and define opportunity and define economic opportunities and then list the opportunities. But it's I'm fast, I'm sore, and I'm shy, but it's not shy, it's a lot. So let's first define economy. The economy is a careful management of available resources. And then opportunities is a good chance of achievement or progress. And then the definition of economic opportunities. It measures the extent to which a community provides employment and mobility, resulting to people to have a chance to earn a better living. So examples of opportunities, of economic opportunities, I'm here. See you this teklima. We are here. We want to lima, guys. Please support us. We want to have hectares of beans. We want to supply you. So the first example is agriculture and selling of goods. nekuthunga kwi-opportunity kwakona. I was once part of a group yaga WITAD. Now that's another story. There are a lot of opportunities. If you follow WITAD, there are a lot of opportunities. The Women in International Trade. So let me list the benefits of opportunities. If bomage banema opportunities, kusho kuthini? Kusho ukuthi mage number 1, mage engeke asagula. Imvo yekuqala leyo. Batali bethu bonke baphethwe bo BP. Nyalo nyalo kubhlungu emadvolo, nyalo nyalo kubhlungu kuphi kuphi. Hey BP yami yanyuka, BP yami yanyuka. If a woman can be able to, like, literally, akhona kulima, akhona kwenta ngoma ngabe yini umsebenzi la khona kuwenda, leyo umsebenzi wetandla or whatever that you can do, you can be able ukuthi lo mdali leyo nalapha ekhaya kube bede sifo, kube bede kugula, kube bede kuthinibaleke nje kube ngcono sima sekuphila sibe ngcono. So women mamake bethu are multiplier effects. So as they are able to construct more for the little they have in order to feed and sustain their families. Njengani sibabona bomake basemakethe bathengisa lihabhula linye. Libhokisi lemahabhula ling 120. Athi kini 2 rand. Nakathi 2 rand loyo 2 rand loyo awumadi wena ukuthi usayo multiply bobani. Kunabozandile ekhaya, kunafezile ekhaya, kuna baneng namelusi bonke bato benefita ku. Laglo 2 rand. Sihleleni ke bomake. Sihleleni. Angifuni ngani phela mina. Let's continue going. Which is going to help us. Which is mitema SDGs. Which number 1? 0 poverty. Number 2, 0 hunger. Bese kuba yini? SDG number 8, economic growth. Because the more women work, the more economy yakhona kuba sustained, right? Yes. So, let's continue. Women are also going to be able to run successful businesses and contribute to the economic development of their country because they are able to serve what they generate. Point number 4. Women can gain educational experiences or information on other skills such as digital innovation. Kunebantu lana labangati ukuthi mina ngingumlimi nangingumlimi ngina green paper ngilema green paper ngilema mabhontshisi ngilema kuneng asichubeke. There are facilities that women are not yet and that people, even young people, are not sure of ukuthi ayasebenza. Kune application namport work application. Most of you probably you don't even know. Ukuthi namport an application. This application helps farmers themselves ukuthi bakhona ukuthi sitobona ukuthi imakethe imenjani thina sibalimi. So sitile ke nampoti sokulethile lokho. Siba make sesihleleleni. Kukhona application thola lo mfana loyo yezandile. Faka nayo application lapho. Ngifuna kubona ukuthi ngingalima ini. Ngifuna kubona ukuthi ngiyiphi imakethe lekhona nyalo. So if there's digital innovation, that means that the production is going to do what? It's going to increase. It's going to continue. Kutaba bete umuntu lotohlala athi hey mine nginelkabish lami yelibolile. No, you're farming the wrong thing. Kutaba bete magalo tothi hey kuti misebende because you are not looking at the right place.
Yes.
Thank you,
Fezile.
In conclusion, thank you so much.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much, Fezile, for inspiring the young women and pointing out those opportunities that are available. We move on to Women Unlimited, represented by Andrew Moyo. How would you describe the role of men in creating economic empowerment and more inclusive opportunities for women? What's your role as men in carrying out that?
Sanibonani. Niyakuvuselani nonke bongos. As my sister before me said, all protocol observed. Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Andrew Chafika, Women Unlimited Eswatini. And I will be tackling the question on the role of men in ensuring economic empowerment for women and equal opportunities. I'll start by saying the role of men in these realities is very, very, very critical. But the jump-off point from the beginning is that men need to actively participate in dismantling gender biases if we were listening to a lot of speakers this morning, including some testimonies from my neighbors, there is a bigger role for men to play in making sure that we dismantle gender biases that have made us arrive at where we are today. And of course, advocating for equal opportunities and leadership for women. So specifically, I'll go into, I don't know how much time I have, I think maybe 7 minutes. I'll go into a few points that I have to deliver here.
5.
I have 5 minutes remaining. Thank you, Madam Moderator. So let me start from the beginning. One of the key issues about the role of men has to do with the very genesis, gender socialization. The place from which we are coming from. All of us coming here, hopefully, we're coming from home. We're coming from a home setting. And it is within the home environment that the important role of men is very, very critical. We grow up in different settings where there are certain expectations that are placed upon us. When we talk about gender socialization, we're talking about the expectations and models that are placed upon men and women because of their sex. And so we find that most of the time, there are detrimental socialization models that are placed on women just because of their gender. We want to, in this modern day, we are now talking about positive masculinity. We should not play down the role and responsibility of men and fathers within the home. My sister was talking about, she does not know her father up to this day, but she has made it through. But speaking to a lot of women, Langwani, we hear of how most of the time men don't take responsibility for their children. And it's one element that we need to take care of and be responsible over. In spite of the issues we're having with their mother, men should be available and responsible for their children. Create those positive models. Thank you. Create those positive models. In some instances, we tell young women that they need to be passive and weak, and it's okay, and men need to be aggressive, slightly violent. These models can be detrimental as we move into the future. We need to stop telling young women that they will not become anything, or that it's okay if they don't finish their education. They can always get married or become someone scuffed in. But the reality is that we need to tell these young women that they can be everything that they want to be in life. And that when we are buying toys for our children, ask the girls what they want. Don't buy them dolls when they want cars, because you're communicating to them that certain things are not available for them. A second very important point is that we need to advocate for equal opportunities in leadership positions. We have said this over and over, time and time again. We now need to we cannot have decisions for nearly half of the population being made by the other half of the population. Women need to be in meaningful leadership positions. Not that I said meaningful, where real decisions are being made about their lives and their choices. And if you look at countries that are progressive, let me not say successful, countries that are progressive, they've invested in gender equality and gender equity. So we now need to arrive at a place where it's normal and it's okay to have as many women within our parliaments, within our corridors of power and authority as necessary for us to have a gender equal environment. I will speak very quickly. I'm sure now I have 1 minute. Men need to facilitate access to resources. One of the things that is really pushing women backwards is the fact that they don't have access to resources and productive assets. We talk about the issue of land itself. Globally, most of the women who are working on land, they are providing labor for land that they do not own and that they risk losing at any given point in time. And that is an injustice that needs to be corrected. Allow women to own assets, allow women to own land, allow women to carry for the properties that they are utilizing or occupying. And it's time for that space to be allowed within this season. And also support women within the workplace. I think we've said this over and over again. We need to men need to play an important role in removing barriers for women to ascend to their end and merited positions of leadership within the workplace. We need to have equal pay. Let's stop paying women less for the same work that other men are doing and being paid more. And if we are talking about realities of being equal within the workspaces, Let's mentor women where we can, provide sponsorship opportunities, let them rise, let's remove the glass ceiling. Thank you, corporate sector. We can see that you're trying and you're putting a lot of effort with that respect. We also want the same response from the public sector. Let's have women rise up to positions of leadership within the workplace and earning equally, as it were. Finally, as I conclude with the last conclusion before the actual conclusion, men need to engage in conversations on gender equality and foster a culture of respect, tolerance, and cooperation. We don't need the toxicity that is rising these days, where we have men on the other side, women on the other side, even creating houses for toxic interactions between the genders. It doesn't help anyone. And finally, I implore all men, if you listen to all the statistics all over the world, we are responsible for a greater portion of the violence against women and girls. We need to put an end to it. It's our responsibility, it's within our reach, it's possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Men are going to be supported. We want to see action as from now going forward. Our next question is directed to our Taiwan microfinance project beneficiary, Lwazi. Lwazi, you are one of our very own from the project. As it has been said by many others, what opportunities do you think still need to be exploited to accelerate progress as partners, as project staff?
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lwazi Mlambo, and happy International Women's Day. I'm from Babane. I do handcraft imvunulo and accessories by hand. I handcraft them. I'm a founder of Lasses Craft. I'm also a product of Kwaka Inverter. I did my beading lessons there. I'm also part of the SEDCO and ICDF, and also Mbabane Handcraft Market. What I can say about what the government can do to accelerate women, I can maybe also talk about myself just a little bit. I can relate to my neighbor's experience in life. I'm a young woman who got married at a young age and also divorced at a young age. I can say the reason I did got married at a young age, it was the hardship I faced in life. I had a single mother and a father who was absent, living in another country. I had siblings who had their own surnames who never even cared. I'm a product of myself, I can proudly say that. Doing this kind of craft and work, it really motivated me from working at the market with the women, learning everything they face, every challenges, and doing the work that I was doing, and working very hard to opening my very own space as a small businesswoman. Government, I think I quoted just a small, I can say I copied a small line from the minister Atish in India. This line, she said, the most powerful way for women empowerment is that women should have money on their hands. In any family, the person who earns money is the decision maker. And, is the decision maker. And if a woman gets money directly in her bank account, then she will have the right to make the decisions about her money. We are very proud of His Majesty's government. It has a renowned and multi-ethnic society. At the same time, we must all fight to bat poverty and social fragmentation. On my own words, singacela nje ukuthi ngicela kubeka ngeSiswati ukuthi uhulumende weMaswati sekake asisupporte sonke iba khona le rejection yekuthi awusasiyo youth, you've been married, awusati ukuthi ungakuphi ungumake uyini, awukhoni kuthola ema benefits kubo make, awukhoni kuthola ema benefits ku youth, kanti nathi siyafuna kusebenta siphile. Nekucela nje ukuthi uhulumende sekake asendele ema workshops lamanengi when it comes to empowering the handcraft. Ngoba handcraft sesabuka ukuthi no ligcebesha, cha akusilo ligcebesha. We can make accessories lesingawa importer to other countries and boost Eswatini economy. I'm saying this because I started doing beading lessons classes, and I'm very happy ukuthi most women labangangami, they are really looking forward to more classes, and bayafunza, we are making more items, and singacela nje ukuthi bangasita ukuthi how can we export these things, because there's so many talents lengwabonile ezi ngisafundzisa some of my students. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lwazi, as a young entrepreneur and also doing beadwork. This time is allocated to us as the audience. If you have any questions, I'll take one question from this side, another question in the middle, and another question at the far end. I see you, Sisi, from this side. And my sister over there, I've got two. Give a chance to those at the end, please. Yes.
Happy International Women's Day. Welcome, Masbong.
It's working. It's working.
Thank you. Ngicela sibongo sami. Ngicela kumake Philiswa to make a suggestion kule policy lathi de ikhona ye citizens empowerment zamcingo ukuthi if we can sensitize the public bayifundzise bayati labo make bayishinje futhi beSiswati nangabe isingisi kuphela iye le bamvini ingagcine emashelfini. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take another question. My sister over there.
Thank you. Like mine is not a question necessarily, but it's an observation. Guti, there was a program Guti representative of people living with disabilities, but lo bekamele abantu abakhubatekile labaphila nekhubateka thithe makhuluma yena talking about something so serious about structural barriers to accessing. How can you talk about inclusivity in women empowerment when we don't address structural barriers? Something so serious. And also another pain ukuthi kuna la mkhathini kwethu kuna DPM lo kunguye lobuke bantu labakhubatekile. So why do we have to ukuthi masakhuluma nasemkhathe lalabanye banikwe lithuba lokuthi akhulunywe? That is my question.
Thank you so much for that submission. There is no other question. Yes, it's over here.
Thank you. Well, mine will be shortly. Siyabonga sesewaga lo participate kumana kunjana aga dreams. We are noting in the communities ukuthi the interventions the project provides ayasita kakhulu. Ukhuluma statement lesikhulu kakhulu sekuthi I took a decision. The girls out there, they need that spirit. Ingabe kungenteka yini mhlambe through the NGOs collaborating with the hulumende ukuthi we gather those girls laba like Sisi and take them to the communities lala remote kakhulu they share the testimonies there because in their minds where they think that akukenteki kuye aka understand kulala ngidle ngidle ngingakashibile ngalutho. So if they share those stories to the girls labalek ma remote places, I think timpilo tabo tinga elevate. Then second kungaba kuthi sisi ukhuluma ngekuthi there are students labafundzisako i-handcraft. Asati ukuthi ngabe kungaba khona yini hulumende la ngasentela kona ukuthi the girls that are in schools right now, they got those lessons at the tender age whereby banga identify their skills. Maybe kwenteke on Saturdays or during the school days angati kanjani, where they can find their skills ekphila at a tender age. We are happy that now we do have the CPE curriculum in schools. So, but in basfagele these things labamfana batente practical, so that as girls sitokula sati ukuthi I need to do something ngetandla tami in order for me to make a living. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those questions. I think I have only 3 questions. Okay. Okay, my program director is giving me more time. Yes.
Siyabonga Madam Chair.
Can I have the mic here?
Okay, la.
Okay.
Siyabonga Madam Chair, mine bengacela kubuta kusisi waka Ministry of Trade, Commerce and Industry. Kuthi-ke, what are the policies ngoba uwashido and programs that are in place to support labo mage? Gona bayawadi yini lama policies labo mage le emimangweni la siqhamuka khona? Phindze lokunye, what are the steps that are being taken to ensure that women have equal access to economic opportunities? Kungaba ngiloko lokuthi siyacela ukuthi basihambele nalemimangweni la sisuka khona, njengoba nishido ukuthi nemashayina adonate lebafundziseke labo mage ngala ukubolekiswa kwetimali, bafundziseke nangekusekelwa kwetimali, because iliciniso lelihle lithi impumelelo ikithi thine bafati. I'm happy nje kubona umfana lomncane ukuthi uyaventurisha agriculture. Kungaba kuhle lokuthi naye ayifundzise le youth ukuthi sinkwase kuphila nyalo sisithola sila tandleni tetfu, akusasithi kuyosebenta kani uNkulunkulu usiphile tandla lesikudingako nje kubantu labasha. Sidinga umhlabathi nengcondvo nemfundvo, wati ukuthi kutiphilisa awusanaki indvodza, awusanaki ukuthi utawusupportwa ngumuntu omdvuna, but kumele utimele wena. Kungaba ngiloko ukuthi cela nisicacisele baka industry and trade ukuthi niyabafundzisa inabo mage ngalama policies lenithi nawo nema programs la in place. Kungaba ngiloko.
Thank you so much. I also just want to note, Goguti, most of the questions that were raised here are more of not really questions, but supportive. And maybe the questions that I've had so far maybe are directed to Piliswa from the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Trade. And also, I also want to observe, Goguti, angakhathi baka disability kuphela baningi ngibakhathile. Over to you, Pilis. Over, you can answer Pilis and then.
Okay, ni siyabonga. Angisho lokuthi Citizens Economic Empowerment Act lesephasile nje kulomnyaka lophelile ngaDecember. Saqala kuyisebenta nga2008, ingene eParliament, ishayisa ingene eParliament, and ema consultations siwendile. I did mention lokuthi enikuliciniso lelengushoko, you are not coming forth sisobosoma business labancane maybe labakhulu ngoba banana business eSwatini, but liqiniso lithi thina bosoma business labancane ngithi lele sitilimatako, we are not coming forth sikhuluma. Ngizokwenza example nasiyongena eParliament ngale CEA kwafika lenye iorganization ngoba phela thiwa buyani nito khona kubeka imivo yenu, kwafika nje those who talked on, I think naba baka LGBTQ, imagine they are in a different space nje at all. The business people didn't come, the business association didn't come. That's why today I'm employing you, Bomage, ukuthi please come into the space. We will go out there and ngiyathandaza ukuthi uhulumende asinike lama resources. We have besisolo sihamba kuma regions, and I know it is very little. It's because of the resources, but we really do go out there sibafundize, and as a policy organ, we normally work with stakeholders, and we really appreciate the NGOs who work, we work together with, because normally they go out there, they teach the entrepreneurial culture, labanfanas nabo JA, and snalamanye ema NGOs who come into this space, and we really need more. And this is our partners. And angisho lokho ukuthi Taiwan has really come into this space, and for the last 3 years has been training bomake ikakhulu in the rural areas. So mina ngiyanicela bomake sukumani, please stand up, singadonseli emuva. To be honest, ngicela ukukhuluma iqiniso embi kwa DPM. Ngisebenzile DPM nabomake ngaba through UN bahamba bayokwenda a leadership course sabafundisa liviki lonke, but to be honest and kimi ngeva buhlungu kakhulu ukuthi the very same women kwaba ngibona abanyathelayo, and up to this day sivele sinebunye le apex body that was formed by UN nanamhla asikhoni kusebenza kahle because niyanyathelana nibomake, but this space is open for you kwekuthi nisebenze.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for this discussions that we have. I just want to thank my panelists for tabling their stories and also answering the questions. As well, I want to thank you as an audience for being very supportive and asking questions. I'm sorry I have to cut the questions short.
Siyabonga moderator, sibonga nakuma panelists ethu. Ngicela nibashayele tandla basasuka e-stage. Ngiphinze ngixolise, ngiyabona tandla tinyenti, but ngenxa yokuthi isikhathi Nkosi yami asisekho, we hope ukuthi sitalithola lithuba ngalokudako. Nekwekuthi ayaqhubeka lama discussions in other fora lapho khona ningavela khona nito participate khona and ask imibuto or comment lapho ningafisa khona. Siyabonga kakhulu. Right now sesingena ku segment yethu yekugcina yale program yethu yanamhlanje na ekuseni. Without any further waste of time, may I request Ms. Amina Mohammed, who will be speaking on behalf of the resident coordinator, His Excellency Mr. George Wachira, to come forward and give us her remarks. Thank you.
Program Director, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Senator Tuli Dalla, and I wanted to ride on the all protocol observed in the interest of time. My name is Amina Mohammed. In my normal life, I'm the representative for UNICEF, but today I'm representing the, and my work I think will be easier because I'll be reading. The resident coordinator, Mr. George Wachira. So it's a bit difficult for me to behave, but I will try and only read and not say my own things. We are uniting today And unfortunately, I think we have had serious stuff that is even difficult to feel like we are celebrating. Halala women. Halala women. So we are celebrating our journey towards gender equality and women's empowerment, to reflect on the progress made and to recommit to advancing women's rights and gender equality in the world, but also today in Eswatini. This day is a global tribute to women and girls in all their diversity, and we have heard some of the diversity, we have seen it in the panel discussion. Recognizing their achievements and their pivotal role as agents of change. And I wanted to underscore this. Women are agents of change. We are also celebrating a significant milestone in our journey towards gender equality, the notable increase, especially in Eswatini, in women's representation in parliament. We have seen during last year's election. Congratulations, all women who made it through. This achievement brings us close to 30% women, a testament to our collective efforts and dedication. However, our ambition should not wane here. We must strive to surpass this threshold and aim, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Senate President, we should aim for the SADC 50-50 gender parity in all aspects of life. It is crucial to acknowledge that while we have made strides in higher echelon of the representation in the parliament, in the government, women at lower levels of leadership do not fare well, with some areas experiencing reversals. This discrepancy underlines the importance of nurturing leadership from the ground up. And the ground up, for me now, I'm putting my own UNICEF hat, education, girls' education. There is nothing all of us in the room, women, we would have done and achieved without that foundation of education. By ensuring a strong foundation for girls and women at all levels, we fortify our society's capacity for greater responsibility and influence, paving the way for a future where gender parity is not an aspiration but a reality. Right now, it's still an aspiration. This year's theme, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, challenges us to broaden our perspective of success. Sometimes we look at success with some few projects we have had, with a number of us in leadership position, but we need to focus on women's rights in general. Poverty eradication. Some colleagues already mentioned gender responsive financing and a transition to a green economy, which is strategic and vital for sustainable global development, and indeed the sustainable development of all Emaswati. The World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report of last year starkly reminds us that our current pace of achieving full gender parity, unfortunately, will take over 130 years. This is a most urgent call to action that we cannot ignore. We cannot continue with the pace that we are taking right now. We need accelerated efforts. I am grateful to the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister, Ambassador Eswatini, Ambassador Taiwan and your team and everyone who have contributed for facilitating this gathering, showcasing the power of partnership between development sectors on women empowerment and on achieving women's rights. The UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, has graciously shared a message for this occasion, emphasizing the celebration of women and girls, their triumphs against the barriers, and their ongoing challenges they face. He reminds us that the journey towards equality is far from over, and it requires urgent and concerted efforts from all of us, especially in investing in girls, I repeat, girls first, and then women, to drive progress across all sectors of society. Noni Lamini, the beneficiary of the dream, her testimony is not an isolated one. We have so many out there that they look up to us to facilitate their realization of their dreams. Echoing the Secretary General, we acknowledge that promoting women's rights is crucial for sustainable development and achieving the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, within the next 6 years, remaining to Agenda 2030. Women's and girls' rights are foundational, yet they continue to face significant obstacles, including gender-based violence, systemic discrimination, and other negative social norms. Today, let us pledge to defend and advance the human rights of all women and girls, acknowledging that their empowerment is crucial for societal strength and stability. The fight against poverty is intrinsically linked to gender disparities. Investing in women is not just a matter of justice, it is a proven strategy for economic growth and poverty eradication. UN Women's warning that over 340 million women and girls could face extreme poverty by 2030. There is, of course, therefore, the urgency of our task to have actions. We have been talking for far too long. We need to act. And we need to act in numbers, not having small projects there and there. We need to bring all our efforts together to ensure that we do make a difference at the end of the year. We must prioritize gender and responsive financing and ensure women's contribution, both paid and unpaid, are recognized and valued. You know, we have our mothers, we have heard the contribution and grandmothers they have, but when we ask what they contribute, nothing. I am a housewife, no. Gender responsive financing will transform our approach, ensuring resources are allocated to empower women and girls fully, thereby fostering an inclusive economy where their contributions are recognized and valued. Moreover, women's exclusion from decision-making processes and leadership roles in governance undermines sustainable development. We cannot develop without having them at all levels of society contributing to decision-making, from household all the way to where the Prime Minister is sitting. Having solutions to global challenges like conflicts, poverty, climate change that empower women are not just necessary, they are critical for creating a more equitable society. That is a challenge to us, to ensure that they are part of conflict prevention and peace-building activities as well. And just to emphasize that empowering women, and I'm glad that one of the panelists, the only man panelist, brought that into highlight. Women, empowering women requires men to champion change. leverage their positions to shift investments where needed most, and partnering with men to dismantle gender biases. So I'm talking to men who are in the room, men who are out there, to ensure that we join hands, and we accelerate our efforts. As I conclude, I would like to extend my deepest, this is George Washira, but me as well, deepest gratitude to all our partners here present and outside, who we have seen have been tirelessly investing in various dimensions of women empowerment and gender equality. But I wanted to call upon all of us to the urgency. And to include the private sector, we know you are already doing some, but you need to do more, especially looking at the challenges that we have globally. Funds are not going to come so much from outside, they have to come from within. I'll call upon communities to join hands in fighting for girls' and women's rights first, to eradicate violence against women and girls, including those with disabilities and other needs, in providing and ensuring that all eligible girls, all children in general, have access to quality education. We develop their skills, and we provide opportunities for them to reach their full potential and their rightful status in the country. Let us celebrate. How do we say it? Halala women or something else? Thank you so much for listening, and we continue to pledge UN support into ensuring that women are empowered, their rights are fulfilled, and they can contribute meaningfully to their society, to their country's development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mohammed, for making such wonderful remarks. Again, without wasting time, may I now request Ms. Eva Martha Ingdal, who will be speaking on behalf of the European Union delegation in Eswatini. Please come forward. My apologies for the pronunciation. Sorry.
Thank you. No problem. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Excellencies, let me also save time by saying all protocols observed and move on to talk about the women, all the women in the world and here today. I'm very glad to be part of this event, which is here to celebrate all women and to be here together with so many representatives from government, different institutions, international development partners, civil society organizations. As we have heard and as we are all aware, the gender gaps are prevalent in the most critical sectors of our society, such as in political participation and also economic empowerment. Now more than ever, in a difficult economic context and in a rapidly changing world, no country can afford to ignore half of its national population, as the women are. To quote from our Vice President of the EU, Joseph Borrell, who says, "Ensuring the same rights to all empowers our societies. It makes them richer and more secure. It's a fact that goes beyond principles or moral duties. The participation and leadership of women and girls is essential for democracy, for justice, peace, security, prosperity, and also a greener planet." I fully agree with that. Gender equality remains one of the greatest human rights challenges still. Investing in women is a human rights imperative and a milestone to build inclusive societies. In Eswatini, Women play crucial roles in supporting their households and communities to achieve food and nutrition security, to generate income and improve. Women are the main drivers of development. Yet women and girls continue to face persistent structural constraints. This includes elements of patriarchy, lack of economic resources, including access to land, access to education, as well as some discriminatory legal environment. I can't help mentioning, as others have also done today, the alarming increase in the violence against women. You all know that GBV has become what we would call a national emergency in the country. Women therefore need to be empowered so that they become aware of their rights and of the importance of the socioeconomic and political contribution they can make for the country's progress. The national elections held last year showed encouraging almost 30% of women in parliament. But as we mark another International Women's Day, many challenges are still present in Eswatini as well as around the world. I come from a country myself which is one of the most equal in the world, Sweden in the north of Europe, but there are still many challenges also there. So it's not only in this part of the world, but everywhere. The theme chosen this year, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, underlines once again the importance to grant equal opportunities to improve the country's situation. This can be achieved only through the promotion of a transformative approach and mainstreaming of a gender perspective in all policies and action, by encouraging change in social attitudes, including by actively engaging men and boys also, and by putting a focus on young people as drivers of change. This is an essential element for a real gender perspective and change. It's also important to address all what we call intersecting dimensions of discrimination. For example, paying specific attention to the most disadvantaged women living in rural areas and or living with disabilities. Intersectionality is exactly the idea that various forms of discrimination, such as those centers on race, gender, class, disability, sexuality, other forms of identity, they interact to produce particular forms of social oppression and vulnerability. I represent the European Union. I come from one of our countries. We have a long-standing history of advocacy on programs that enable women to thrive and bridge the existing gap in gender equality. We have an action plan on gender equality and women's empowerment in external relations, the so-called GAP 3, which is ongoing from 2020 to 2025, where we aim to accelerate progress on empowering women and girls, and also to safeguard gains made in gender equality. In this framework, it is there that the EU is also funding different projects through our implementing partners and many local civil society organizations that are also present here today. So I know that there are at least 4 of them that you can find more information on outside in the stand afterwards that we have. Just wanted to very briefly mention them before I finish. The first one is called YES, meaning Youth and Women Empowerment and Support, Together We Can, a project implemented with COSPA and several other organizations. The project aims at strengthening capacities and opportunities for civil society and grassroots organizations to promote women and youth social inclusion, empowerment, and rights through different actions. Another one is the Alliance for Action program, which is implemented by the International Trade Center, that builds up alliances and that bind the actors to collectively upgrade the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises' value chains and support services in an environmentally and socially responsible manner, including public-private dialogue and strong anchoring in markets. The inclusive approach allows people living in vulnerable situations or underrepresented groups such as youth, women entrepreneurs, people with disabilities to benefit from the action. Up to now, more than 2,000 women have been supported through training and mentoring in these incubation activities. The third one I want to mention is what we call the Back to School project, which is implemented by UNICEF and other local organizations, which is aiming at supporting the human rights of disabled youth and teen mothers through increasing access to inclusive education. And finally, a new project recently launched with an emblematic title, Lonipeka, Thriving for Dignity, is addressing the needs of vulnerable groups, among them GBV survivors, implemented by UNFPA in collaboration with several other organizations. So the EU's commitment to promote an inclusive empowerment will continue also in the future with our new program, which has recently been signed with the Eswatini government and focusing on youth and employment and entrepreneurship, and to be able to support women and men in Eswatini for a better, fair and more prosperous country for all. So we are going to implement all this action in coordination with all you stakeholders here today. And I would just like to thank the organizers for this event and for the coordination that you have done among us as stakeholders. And I think that the networking and all the presentations and testimonies today really showed that all the women are very much engaged in a better future and a more equal future. So congratulations to all the women today, and thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Ingdal. Sesivele siyashaktela. Ngidawucela nyalo ukusukumisa Mr. Sean Flatt from the US Embassy, who is the Chargé d'Affaires at the US Embassy to the Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, there are so many people here who are so impressive that I am just going to go straight to all protocols observed. I will also, I promise, be brief for two reasons. Number one, there are more distinguished people talking after me. Number two, I'm looking at your faces and you have the I want to go to lunch now look. And some of you, frankly, are scaring me because you look kind of scary. We've heard a lot of important words today. Here, haven't we? We've heard rights, empowerment, opportunity. And I'd like you to just think for a couple of minutes about two of those words, opportunity and loss. And I want to talk to you briefly about some people that have had quite an impression on my life. And I want you to think of those two words. How many of you have heard of C.J. Walker? Anyone? Chris did because I made him write this. So C.J. Walker is one of my heroes, and she's actually arguably the first self-made female millionaire in the United States. Now you're probably thinking, okay, this woman came from an upper middle class background, she had an MBA. No. She was born in 1867. Her two parents were slaves who had been liberated by our Civil War. And this story is probably going to sound familiar to some of you, unfortunately. By the age of 7, her parents had died. By 14, she was married. And she was married to get away from her abusive relatives, frankly. At 20, she was a widow with a daughter. Now, let's face it, if we were betting on this and I gave you those facts, we would say, okay, this woman is going to have a rough life, right? So what did she do? She ended up working as a domestic. She worked as a cook. And she realized she had problems with her hair. She'd used some hair products and her hair started falling out. And she got interested in beauty products, and so she started selling them, and she realized, hey, I can make better products than this. And she did. And she started selling them. At her height, she employed literally thousands of women. Some people think it may be as high as 40,000. She provided them with excellent salaries. She gave them opportunities for education. And as she expanded her empire. She just didn't sit there. She did charitable work. Now, I want you to think about another story I'm going to tell you. It's 1908. C.J. Walker is on the ascendancy. And I want to talk to you about a family by the name of Ray. It's 1908, and Mr. and Mrs. Ray have their first son. They call him Chester. We'll call him Chet. Things are going well. They have more kids. And to be blunt, Mr. Ray's an alcoholic and a drunk, and he abandons his family. So Mrs. Ray has to look at her son, who has just finished 8th grade, and say, I'm sorry, you have to drop out of school. You've got to support the family. Now, there aren't too many pictures of Mrs. Ray. The ones we have, she's very thin, she's very gaunt, and to be honest, she worked herself to death. She died young. Her son basically ended up a grave digger and a carpenter. He got married. He ended up building his own house. It took him decades. And in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, when most Americans had indoor plumbing, his family was using an outhouse, even in the 1970s. He had 2 daughters. The oldest one did exceptionally well in school, as did he. He actually made very high marks. And she wanted to go to university, and she couldn't, for 2 reasons. 1, the family was poor, and 2, let's face it, in the 1950s, women did not have a lot of opportunities to go to university. She had 2 kids. One of them's a PhD. The other one's talking to you today. So, what I'm telling you is a couple of things. When women don't have opportunities, it affects men as well as women. My grandfather, you know, he did not have opportunities in life. I've often wondered if my grandfather had switched places with me, what would he be today? Would he be an architect? Would he be an engineer? If my great-grandmother had switched places with my sister, what would she be today? We don't know. So I want you to think about that. And you think, well, okay, those are American examples. What do they have to do with me? And I'd argue this. Look, we know in 2022, and you've heard the other speakers allude to this, women did not have opportunities here. They did not have opportunities in terms of property rights. They didn't have opportunities in terms of finance. They did not have opportunities in a lot of areas. And so I would argue, look, we are focused on women today, as well we should be. But it's not a zero-sum game. Boys suffer from their mothers not having opportunities as much as girls. And it has an impact for generations. My mother to this day is still bitter about the fact that she did not have the opportunity to go to university. She's 82 years old. She would tell you that no, her kids are not smarter than she is, and no, she would have made the most of that opportunity. So the question today is, you've heard about these programs. I'm not going to bore you. Zanele did a great job talking about our programs. Our partners did a great job talking about the programs. The question is what can we do to make those programs available to women and make sure that they use them to their maximum? And look, we pay a lot of money for these programs, all the partners, and we are committed. The question is this. Yes, we're key players. Yes, we are important, but it comes down to the individual. As Madam Walker said, and I quote, "There is no royal flower-strewn path to success, and if there is, I have not found it. For whatever success I've attained has been the result of much hard work and many sleepless nights." I have no doubt, having heard the stories here by the people on these panels, that they are willing to put in that hard work. We just, as partners, need to make sure that they have as many opportunities, because let's face it, their loss is our loss. I'd like to end by paraphrasing a poet by the name of Whittier, who said, of all sad words of tongue and pen, the saddest are these, what might have been. And I think that what we need to aspire to is a world in which women in Eswatini or wherever, if they have regrets in life, it's because they didn't take advantage of opportunities, not because they didn't have opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you very much, Sean. Siyethemba ukuthi kuyevakala konke la bekakusho ukuthi lusito likhona asiconje nje thina siyokufuna lusito bakhona bona kuto sibambisa siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you very much, Sean, from the US Embassy in Eswatini. May I now request His Excellency Ambassador Jeremy Cheng, Ambassador of the Republic of China on Taiwan, to come forward and give us his remarks. Thank you.
Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Senator Tulisire Zaza, all protocol observed to save some time. Yes, first and foremost, as a host of this event, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for taking time to attend today's celebration of International Women's Day 2024. And also the Global Cooperation and Training Framework Workshop. On this special date, we gather here not only to recognize the efforts made by women in Eswatini, but also to discuss the way forward to further empower women and support their economic sustainability. I couldn't emphasize enough that gender equality is a universal value now. Sustainable Development Goal number 5 of the United Nations aims to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. However, we still have a long way to go to achieve this goal. According to the UNDP's 2023 Gender Social Norm Index report, nearly 90% of the global population still holds fundamental biases against women. For example, almost half of the population believes that men are better suited for political and business leadership roles, with only 27% not only acknowledging the importance of gender equality for domestic democratic governance. It is imperative for us to recognize that safeguarding women's rights is crucial for the overall development of nations and societies. And it is a challenge that all governments should strive to address. And now I would like to take 2 minutes to talk about Taiwan's promotion of gender equality. Promoting gender equality has always been one of the Taiwan's government's top priorities. 3 years of effort, countries globally, and holds the top position in Asia. Taiwan just held a general election 2 months ago. The proportion of female legislators has reached a record high of 42%, which is the highest in Asia, let alone Taiwan's first female president, President Tsai Ing-wen, has been in power since 2016 till now. The participation of women in Taiwan public sectors continues to increase, with over 50% of local mayors and magistrates being women, and more than 1/3 of elected municipal councillors being women as well. In the private sector, the percentage of female entrepreneurs in small and medium-sized enterprises has reached 37% and continues to rise. In academia, the percentage of female graduates in fields such as natural science, mathematics, and this statistics has reached 43%, with female scientists comprising 23% of the workforce. These statistics demonstrate that Taiwanese women play increasingly instrumental role in public and private affairs, becoming crucial driving forces of social development and economic growth. However, we are not complacent. We hope to see more women in decision-making positions in the government and the private-owned companies in the futures, continuously elevating the social status of women. Taiwan is more than willing to share its accumulated experience over the years in promoting gender equality with the international community, especially with our closest allies, Eswatini. In recent years, Eswatini has been dedicated to promoting women's empowerment and gender equality, resulting in noticeable progress. According to the World Economic Forum, WEF 2023 Global Gender Gap Index, Eswatini ranks 46 out of 146 countries, marking a significant improvement of 12 places from 2022. In this current government, Eswatini has its second female deputy prime minister here and the 2 consecutive female ministers of foreign affairs. The first one is also our deputy prime minister. With the number of female parliamentarians reaching an all-time high, these developments indicate a gradual increase in the participation of Eswatini's women in public affairs, and it deserves encouragement and praise from all quarters. However, we also acknowledge that there is still room for improvement in various aspects, including eliminating gender discrimination and gender-based violence, raising gender awareness through primary education, providing public services, and strengthening social security net, and enacting legislation to promote women's empowerment at all levels, ensuring their equal opportunities to participate in politics, the economy, the public decision-making. We understand that this is not an easy task and requires assistance from all the international communities. Taiwan, to fulfill our government's commitment to assisting Eswatini women in economic empowerment, Taiwan and Eswatini signed an MOU on women's economic empowerment cooperations in 2019. One of the who, on behalf of the Eswatini government, to sign this MOU also with us today is the Deputy Prime Minister herself, then was the Minister of Foreign Affairs. In order to reach the goal and accelerate the process, President Tsai Ing-wen announced that during her visit to Eswatini in September 2023 to establish the Women Business Startup Microfinance Revolving Fund with a contribution of $1 million from Taiwan. Thanks. The revolving fund aims to provide women with financing the business development opportunities, bringing about transformative changes in their lives. It is worth emphasizing that this fund is more than just a conventional fund. It connects with the early preparatory work which our technical mission in Eswatini embarked on with capacity building projects for microfinance ecosystem focusing on grassroots women in 2020. And the ongoing women's micro enterprise mentoring and capacity building project, which began in 2023. Hence, the smooth operation of the revolving fund can be ensured because women have been equipped with the financial and economic knowledge. I'm pleased to announce that the revolving fund has officially commenced operations, and it is my great pleasure. The first case approved for the revolving fund, we are about to deliver the baby now. The first case for 6 women out there with a funding of 125,000 MNN will be soon released. There are more to come. We have already received over a dozen applications, and we will expedite the disbursement process to empower rural women and improve their livelihood. We firmly believe that enhancing women's economic status is not only crucial for promoting quality of life, children's welfare, and education, but also relieves economic pressures on men, thereby creating greater benefits for families, communities, and societies as a whole. Advancing women's rights is a daunting task and a long-term endeavor that requires concerted efforts from international development partners. In 2021, Taiwan Embassy collaborated with the US Embassy under the GCTF framework to hold a workshop on the same theme of women empowerment. Today, we are honored to co-host this workshop with the DPM's office, the UN office, the US Embassy, and the EU delegation, with the support of many other partners. This demonstrates the high level of attention paid to women issues in Eswatini by all stakeholders. Beyond the issues of women empowerment, since 2015, the GCTF has organized 70 international workshops on various issues, including public health, law enforcement cooperation, energy efficiency, e-commerce, cybersecurity, humanitarian assistance, disaster preparedness, and media literacy. It also has held 14 overseas activities in 12 countries globally, serving as an important platform for like-minded countries to share experiences and assist in capacity building. Taiwan is committed to continuing its cooperations and exchanges with various parties under this framework, sharing experiences, addressing common challenges, and pursuing development and progress together. Finally, I would like to once again express my gratitude to all speakers and guests today. This workshop has been resounding success, serving as a platform for promoting communications, understandings, and cooperations. As the Nobel Peace Prize laureate Malala Yousafzai once said, we cannot all succeed when half of us are held back. Let us work together to realize these dreams and aspirations of Eswatini women. And last but not least, Deputy Prime Minister, you have my words. Please rest assured when we come to this area of promoting gender equality of Eswatini women, you always have the embassy and the government of Taiwan's back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Jeremy Liang. Siyabonga nje kakhulu uyasiva Siswati Ambassador. Kuqhubeka nekusibambisa kulomsebenzi nelihlelo lolingaka lesiliphushako. Nekusibambisa nje ukuthi sikhona ku-hosta le event yethu yanamuhla. Siyabonga kakhulu. She began her career as a teacher. A few years later, she became a politician. She became a politician and also became, who later became Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. And she's currently the second Deputy Prime Minister in the Kingdom of Eswatini, making history, of course. May I now, ladies and gentlemen, introduce Senator Thulisile Dladla to come forward and give us her remarks. And please rise as she comes forward.
Lutsango la kwangwane. Hlanyela kuboma kutawubona. Program Director, the Senate President, members of both Houses of Parliament, Taiwan Ambassador, His Excellency Jeremy Hongshang Liang, High Commissioner, His Excellency Boyden, UN Resident Coordinators, Representative, Mage Amina Mohammed, US Acting Chargé, thank you for your story. EU Head of Delegation, of course, the Mayor of Ezulwini, Pez Gomkono Bomag, and our women living with disabilities. Representatives of our UN family present here today, senior government officials, directors of the civil society organization. These are organizations that work behind the doors that we're used to. But the work that they're doing out there is incredible. I've been there myself. For instance, yesterday, I moved around the country admiring their work. Thank you so much, directors of the civil society. Some of you are here, others are not here. We are taking good care of our kids. We are taking good care of our babies, our young girls who have been raped by their own fathers. Media House is present. Thank you so much for raising our awareness on a number of issues. I'm so sorry I came late. I wasn't aware that you were waiting for me. And when I arrived, Melusi informs me, we've been waiting for you. I was so embarrassed because I'm one person who keeps time. But I had pressing issues in the office. From 8, my social welfare officers were in my office telling painful stories. So I couldn't leave them behind as much as this was an equally important gathering. One day, we will share you with the stories that they come across as they move around the kingdom, as they receive calls from the people of Eswatini who have been abused, from the children who have been neglected by us, Bomage. Giving birth to a child and then throw the child away. We know there could be reasons, but this is a beautiful soul. Yifa uvuka nemfanakho. No matter the circumstance, it is not correct, Bomage, kutsi bantwa bethu balahle bantwana. In one NGO, we have about 409 children who have been deserted, who have been thrown away, literally, trying to kill some of these kids. 0 month to 2 years, that organization is taking care of those kids. And then, of course, we have our young girls who have been abused by the people they trust. Bobabe babo. If you could hear their stories, you'd get mentally disturbed. So there are many of these stories. Those children out there are angry. So as mothers, as we send our girl child closer, bring our boy child closer. Akuyiwa lapha. Asingeni lapha. Singakafiki isikhathi. Because you will have a baby, yet you are not ready. Hence, what we are seeing today. All these organizations that are taking care of these children, these babies, all the organizations that are taking care of our girl children who have been abused, sithi siyabonga. Uhleli la, uhleli kakho. I was saying to my PPO here, you know, I didn't know that we had so many problems in the country regarding child abuse and desertion of children until I joined this office of the Deputy Prime Minister. I've always thought, you know, just like any other country, we have problems. But going deeper, then something somewhere has to be corrected. And I think as mothers, we are responsible for that. When we speak of woman empowerment, let us empower our young girl. Let us instill the self-worth in the young girl. Similarly with our young boy. Let us tell them about the importance of growing up, the importance of an education, the importance of having a family to take care of. They are throwing out the pregnant girls. They never look back thereafter. And these girls decide, well, I can't carry this all by myself. I might as well throwing it away. Some people will take it. Snebantfana sibatfola e-bus rank. Snebantfana le. But if these kids have mothers and fathers, they see this child pregnant, and then the child disappears. What is going on? Does it mean that our girls are not coming back home? But wasivusela. Does it mean that our girls spend 12 months away from us? And as mothers, do we take the phone and say, my daughter, how are you feeling? Where are you? I ask women of this kingdom to find it important to be closer to your girl child and your boy child as well. Find out what your girl child is doing. Find out where your girl child is. Those that do not have parents, they live with their grandmothers. Why? Because our children run away from responsibility. They leave us with their children, and we'll have to fend for the children and fend for ourselves. That is very common. I've encountered it. I've seen it with my naked eyes. So as we go down emakanwini, let us talk about these issues and find ways and means of addressing them. We are responsible. A woman is one person God has given all the qualities to take care of a family. And we must be proud of that. We don't need any gender equality when it comes to my responsibilities that God gave me. I'm in charge of the home as much as my husband is said to be the head. But without me, he's headless. So let us be proud of that they need us. And our kids cannot survive without us. They need the mother's voice. I know that the world out there frown upon people who raise their voice. Singabashay, angifuni beve lapha, but singabashay angithi. But as a mother, you do have that responsibility to make sure that lo mntwana ukhula ngendlela lengiyo. Ngiyangivela ngaphandle kuthiwa ingane nithi emalungelo abantwana anyway vele ngelilungelo umsaka umgangatsa but imcondzise. That is why we're here. Sengigcina ngisata ubuya lapha esingisimaneni lokhu labangibhale kona. Sengigcina. Asibathandzeni labantwana ungathi siyahlanya. Let us give our children the love, the comfort, and the recognition. Athi umntwana akho machamuka umamatheke noma ngabe kulikhulu kangakanani la ekhaya. So that we get testimonies like the Shaje as testimonies, Limco King's testimonies, and many more others. If sonke bekungathiwa aside la ngilo ayibeka indzaba yakhe ungathi hawu kepha ngihleleni awusise ngisukume. I loved what you said, Zanele. You can mentor our young girls. Let us concentrate on our young girls. Bomake. Basilahlekela. Teenage pregnancies on the rise. Ibantwana labalahlwako on the rise. Uma nganibalela ukuthi itolo ngikhanzela bangakanani. Ndabathatha bo MPs ngihambe nabo batoti bonela. Nalo lithango. Nitawukhala tinyembeti. Bantwana bebantwana bethu. Bantwana babosisi wethu. Isekhulu ke Sonic indzaba ekhulumisa bantwana bebafana nabo babe laba mitsisako bashiye. Inkulu ingaka. Dibitendlu yethu angifuni sithi khulume isingisi asesihlanganeni sithi khulumeni sithi bone ukuthi umntwana wemfana ukhula uyati ukuthi lendvuku lehlenyuka nayo uma sathatha umfati ishona phasi uma ishona phasi mine bengitigcocile ngiyamfuna lo ngiyayifuna lendvuku ngoba kwami kuNkulunkulu mina awusakhona ukunginika sekuyadliwa ke endlini. So asithi khulumeni letindzaba sithi khulume. We are going to come up with a plan of action. There's Nomzamo over there. There's my undersecretary US. Here's my PS here. We've come up with an aggressive action plan to address these issues. Nalaba labalahla bantwana balahle batali sinje with our media personnel. Sitakufuna size sikutfole. It is unfortunate that some of these kids don't have any history. Ngoba ufikwa lahlo. But lesine history nabo. Uma ngibuta lapha niyatitfola intincingo letiphuma kulabatali. Good. It is an honor to the government of Eswatini to host this 2024 International Women's Day under the theme, Invest in Women. And in the process, when we invest in women, progress is accelerated. This day provides an opportunity to celebrate the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. This day further marks a call to action for accelerating gender parity. Program Director, women and girls represent half of the world's population, and therefore, it means that women also represent the other half. It is the women's potential. But gender inequality persists everywhere and stagnates economic, political, and social progress. This is interesting statistics that I'm going to mention right now. The World Economic Forum estimates that it will take 162 years to close the political empowerment gender gap. It also says 169 years for the economic participation and opportunity gender gap, and 16 years for the educational attainment gender gap. Whereas time to close the health and survival gender gap remains undefined. Hence, the call for action to invest in women. Let us invest in our young girls, please. Let us come with robust action plans to invest in our young girls. As I speak, a majority of them are out of school because they cannot afford top-ups in the schools. Some are out because they fell pregnant and they've got nowhere to leave their babies. Let us change the mindset. If we want to bridge this gap, let us change our mindsets. Bomage, let us dedicate our love to our children. It's okay to love your man, but not at the expense of your child. This is what I got this morning. Some women neglect their children because they found a new love somewhere. These are stories that we will have to tell no matter what. They can say we are not gender sensitive, women sensitive, this and that, but these are facts on the ground. Let us invest in our young girls, but don't leave your young boy behind. Pull him together. They must compete when it comes to education. Let them compete. The McKinsey Global Institute confirms that if Africa, this is very interesting, steps up its efforts now to close gender gaps, it can secure a substantial growth dividend in the process and further boost African economies by the equivalent of 10% of their collective GDP by 2025. Let us be in control of our own continent. by investing in our girls and women. Sabawudlila umnotho wethu abantu abakethu is enough. Awubuye udliwe ngithi. But as long as we're not going to invest in these children, they will take over. Challenges such as the impact of COVID-19, climate change, conflicts, and inflation highly contribute to the stagnation of the gender equality agenda and further pushes millions of women and girls into poverty. We are the ones who are very strong in ensuring that our families are secure. Our families are happy. That is why we will leave our homes 4 o'clock in the morning to go and fend for the husband and for the children. Ngiko thina sibomake angeke sikhone kulala umntwana angakadli unless it is beyond your control. In reference to the theme, Investing in Women, Accelerate Progress, His Majesty's government has achieved the following milestones. Last year, government adopted the national policy of 2023, which is aligned to the global targets such as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, African Union Agenda 2063, the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, and more. This policy, in particular, seeks to address tenacious gender inequalities nationally, including addressing emerged issues such as STEM, global trade, and climate change, among others. Furtherance to this, more inter-ministerial policies and programs have been adopted, such as the education and training sector policy, youth policy, enactment of the Sexual Offences and Domestic Violence Act of 2018, election of women into the Assembly Act of 2018, amendment of the Elections and Act of 2013, the amendment of Section 16(3) of the Deeds Registry Act to permit women married in community of property to register in their names immovable property acquired before or after the marriage. All these efforts are an investment to gender equality in the country. As a result, the outcomes of the 2023 national elections are a result of some of these investments. Currently, the country stands at 29% women representation in parliament, from 22% in 2018 and 14% in 2013. An improvement is further recorded in the education sector, with 75.6% of girls and 73.6% of boys complete lower secondary school in Eswatini as of 2019 data. It's okay. This is what we are told. 75.6% of girls complete lower secondary school. And where are they? Let us find out where these girls are. Have they been able to proceed to tertiary education? Or they're now carrying babies and they don't know how to fend for them? Sibomage, sibuyele negumeni. We cannot look down upon our own values. We are here, we survived it all because our parents taught us the values of being Intombi eLiswati. Let us go back there. There's no way we can look down upon we no longer have a society. It is distorted because we've borrowed values from other nations. Langafitishi lakithi. Asibukeni ukuthi ngikuphi kwethu lesingakucobonga to build this country. Children are our future. Children are the future of this country. And if we ignore that today, woe unto us. The children will not enjoy what we're enjoying today because we're self-centered, we are selfish, we don't want to impart the values that we received from our parents to help our children grow. So ngithi nje bomake asitishaya ngeliswati sibe nemona kuthi make bakahlala nawe akutshele ngekuphatha kahle uyinfombatana. Program Director, in addition to the above, a significant rise of gender mainstreaming in male-dominated sectors is being recorded nationally. Recently, the office launched projects on gender mainstreaming in the energy sector, which is aimed at empowering women and girls in STEM through job shadowing for girls and training of women entrepreneurs on clean energy. Let us grab this opportunity. Let us grab this opportunity and encourage our young girls to grab this opportunity too. Another project known as Balingane. Balingane, are you around? Oh, you impressed me. Balingane Women in Construction was launched to advance women in the construction sector. I therefore encourage more of these sectors to mentor more girls and young women into such professions. STEM education not only teaches girls valuable skills, it also prepares them for a future where more jobs will require a basic understanding of math and science. Hence, actively involving them in STEM opens up endless career opportunities and educational pathways. Opening spaces for women and girls in the productive sector, such as agriculture, energy, manufacturing, transportation, among other, helps increase their independence and participation in the labor force, further contributing to high economic returns. Program Director, Your Excellencies, as a country, we seriously need to end the plight of teenage pregnancy. Amina, I know the strides you have taken, and the rest of the UN family in addressing this. It's a pandemic. Step by step, government is implementing the reintegration policy of 2022 to ensure that adolescent mothers are reintegrated into the education system. And of course, UNICEF, Amina, we have played a pivotal role in this policy. Thank you very much. It is time to upscale girls and boys empowerment programs, which focus on enhancing self-worth. Zanele, self-worth, helping them to reach their fullest potential and making informed decisions about their future. No one will tell you to be proud of who you are. No one will tell you to be proud of who you are. Your mother can tell you, "You are beautiful, my daughter. You are the most beautiful, and you are so intelligent." let us make them feel that they've got strong personalities, that they can massacre any challenge along the way. As I conclude, the promotion of gender equality and women's empowerment is of paramount importance, as it has far-reaching benefits that extend beyond individuals to families, communities, and entire nations. Increasing women's economic participation and achieving gender parity in leadership in both business and government are two key levers for addressing broader gender gaps in households, societies, and economies. Collective, coordinated, and bold action by private and public sector leaders will be instrumental in accelerating progress towards gender parity and igniting renewed growth and greater resilience. By embracing gender equality, we unlock the full potential of half the population, leading to greater innovation, economic growth, and social progress. Let us continue to champion gender equality and women's empowerment, working hand in hand to build a more inclusive, just, and prosperous world for all. And let us not exclude women living with disabilities. Please. These are the smartest people I've ever come across. And we're leaving them behind. I know I've spoken this with my brother there, Taiwan. I've spoken this with our UN family, that we need a forum of this nature where all women living with disability, we just have our own panel discussions. Listen, let us listen to them. Let us not bypass them. They've got so much to offer. And I'm happy that my young girl is here and she's doing the sign language. We have the School of the Deaf, Mateta. Young girls and young boys who are deaf. But the talent, I will take my portfolio committee there. I told my brother, Ambassador Liang, that I want us to go there because I want to work on the skills development. They are gifted. They can change this country around. Together, we can create a future where every individual, regardless of gender, can thrive and contribute to a better tomorrow. As the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister and the whole government, we appreciate the collaboration that exists between us and our Taiwan office, between us, our UN family, between us, the United States of America Embassy, between us with the youth delegation, between us with the British Embassy. We love you so much. We appreciate what you do for this country. Thank you, thank you. And of course, the NGOs. Sonic, asiye phambili and fight for gender-based violence to be eradicated altogether. Thank you very much, ngiyabonga bonkosi. Oh, okay. I left out this. Wishing you all a happy International Women's Day.
Siyabonga kakhulu umhlonishwa kusinikete amagama la makhulu kangaka indlu beyibinze ithe kwa kubonakala lokho ukuthi lo mlayeto losiphathele bona bayawuva bonke. Siyabonga kakhulu ngicela simshayele tandla umhlonishwa asahlala phansi. Thank you so much. It has been a long day and the program has been very, very long. Siyaxolisa nje kakhulu kokuthi sinigcine kuze kube ngilesikhathi lesi. But before sivale namhla umhlonishwa uyangicela lokho ukuthi ngimane ngicele bahlonishwa labakhona endlini. We have both members of Senate and the House of Assembly labakhona through umengameli wendlu yeSenate kwekuthi basukume nje for appreciation yabo yokuthi bakhona electors joyina namhla la Happy Valley. Siyabonga kakhulu bahlonishwa, siyabonga nje kakhulu. Siyethemba ukuthi nakule minye imisebenzi yelehhovisi nitawukuta nitento uhlanganyela nathi. Siyadumisa nje kakhulu kuba khona kwenu. Ngiphinza ngidumise ke naninonke bekuneneleni khona. Siyathi lokho ukuthi ngabe ni setinza wenteni letehlukene but nikhethile ukuthi nitento uhlanganyela nathi namhlanje na. Siyabonga nje kakhulu kumunye nangamunye wenu. Ngicela before sivale kuniketa uphi nomzamo abuya to ukwengisa dimemetelo nje letikhona leting2 latawutengisa sitawube sesiyacela futhi ukuthi ezisisaphuma kusale lamatafula lamathathu leli naleli ya batothatha sithombe la nemhlonishwa angathi kukhona lokunye nomzamo nangabe kukhona lokutawusala aqhubeka.
All protocol observed. Mine is to briefly share or advise on the logistics while we head out for lunch, including departure. The VIP will proceed to the holding room where they were this morning. That is where their lunch will be served. And for those that were seated on the tables, some green coupons were distributed during the session. So we advise that you use your coupon to access the serving points outside within the corridors. But those that were not seated, I assume they all have white coupons. There were white coupons that were distributed as well, and those will proceed to the restaurant. That is where they will also have their lunch. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu nomzamo. Ngicela make Msiva aphinza abuye ngaphambili atosivalela ngemthandazo.
Misa Nkosi yethu yama kosage kofana nawe ofana nawe Nkosi age kofa ofana nawe Nkosi age kofana nawe Nkosi yethu yama Nkosi. Ngicela sithandaze. Baba wethu lengcwele siyakubonga Nkosi, siyadithoba etinyaweni takho wasendela umusa. Sicelile Nkosi ekuseni nasicala lo mhlangano wethembeka wasendela umusa. Sibonga kuphumelelisa lo msebenzi. Tikhuluma itonke Nkosi letethulile. Baba wethu lengcelo wasivula emehlo usikhumbuta lokunye siyakubona lokunye besingakunaki. Uyasikhumbuta njengelive, uyasikhumbuta sibomake sibandvu labasha nato tihlobo Nkosi telive siyatibongela ukuthi sithandwe silive leMaswati sithandwe ngumhlaba ebuncaneni betfu siyabonga Nkosi nekuthandwa nguwe sente icovenant nawe uyende Nkosi emuva kusuka emakhosini wenda icovenant nenkosi somhlolo even leMaswati wasinika thine umculo kuthi uyawuhamba embili uNkulunkulu wethu loyingcwele siyathandaza ukuthi ubuyisele kukwesaba kithi silive leMaswati kubomake kubobabe tinfombi nemajaha babe wethu lonemandla onke konke lesikuvako lokuthi nisayeya nebulukhuni silahle lunyawo lowasinika lona njengelive leMaswati siyabonga babe ukuthi nasitithoba lisho njalo live lakho sisive sakho sitithoba sivuma kwehluleka kwethu sibuye siphenduke endleleni tetfu letimbi sithandaze kuwe sithobe sesabe live lakho uthi utasiva uphilise live lethu liyagula live lethu uNkulunkulu wethu loyingcwele nasiva konke lokwendekako konakele ngekhathi enhlitweni konakele nembeza siyathandaza philisa live lethu uNkulunkulu onamandla onke phuma nathi Nkosi sesibantwana bakho siyendzaweni etehlukene sicela icarpet yengadi yakho la sihamba khona kungumusa ukuthi siphume emakhaya singene etimotweni singene emabhasini sibuyele emakhaya siphilile siphilise Nkosi usivikele wendele buhle beligama lakho Jesu amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu make Msibi sekusho kona ukuthi umsebenzi sesiyawuphetha siyabonga kakhulu Nkosi yami we thank each one and every one of you for joining us today. Thank you Ambassador Jeremy Liang, thank you Simon, Ambassador Simon, thank you Chargé d'Affaires from the US Embassy, Ms. Amina Mohammed and everyone else, our members of parliament. We thank each one and everyone again of you. Thank you so much. Nami ngiyatibongela ngiyethemba ukuthi nitangixolela lapho ngone khona siyabonga. Yeah, I did.